Chapter 93. On the screen, the door at the back of the mecha combat room opened, and a black and prototype mecha appeared. Countless gazes in Pear Blossom University's gymnasium turned towards it. Amidst their shock, the cheers of the students shook the heavens. They were not sure when their own school had mecha, and neither did they know who was inside the black mecha. However, they believed that this black mecha had stood up bravely for the honor of Pear Blossom University. Facing that arrogant idiot from the first military academy, just this point alone was enough for them to stop thinking about anything else. All they could do was dedicate their cheers and excited footsteps to that black mecha. And when that black mecha used a method no one had expected to kick down the blue-black mecha, followed by a series of clumsy and persistent punches, until finally the system determined the black mecha to be the victor, the atmosphere in the gymnasium reached an even more terrifying level. On the contrary, the cheers were much quieter now, because everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were almost speechless. Stars began to appear in the eyes of the female students, while the male students gaped, staring at the screen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the rostrum was filled with a deathly silence. The representative of the first military academy's exchange visiting team, Professor Chang, stood up abruptly and stared at the screen with a face full of shock. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and turned to ask the principal of Pear Blossom University beside him, "What's going on?" Other than the military academies, most universities would not have any systematic knowledge related to mecha. Although Pear Blossom University had some reputation in this area, this university did not have a motorized department. So how could they possibly have a mecha? And that student operating the mecha had actually defeated his own student. Although the combat strategy of the black mecha seemed rather underhanded in Professor Cheung's opinion, his doubts and shock made him unable to care about anything else. He stared fixedly at the unknown, wanting to understand how a university in society could have such a problem with mecha. "It's just a prototype." The principal of Pear Blossom University smiled and said, "This was specially approved by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of National Defense over 20 years ago." "Then, who's the student operating the mecha?" Agitated, Professor Cheung quickly asked. "You should know very well that the Federation's laws clearly state that non-military personnel are not allowed to touch combat mechas." Principal Tsung's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon after, he smiled warmly and said, "Dean Chin sent you all here to conduct a mecha show." Those military officers probably don't understand the reason, but you should be able to guess one thing. Our Lihua Academy doesn't have a mecha faculty, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a mecha training ground. As for the identity of the person in the black mecha, I think that neither the Ministry of Defense nor the President's Security Committee will have any objections to him touching mecha. Professor Chang was taken aback for a moment, but gradually thought of a possibility. He turned his head in shock to look at the dazed black mecha on the screen and said in a trembling voice, with his identity, how could he choose to appear in front of so many people? "Don't forget, he is now our Lihua's student." The principal of Pear Blossom University continued to smile and said calmly, "Since a student from First Academy is here to visit and challenge Lihua Academy, and he is willing to come out and fight for Lihua Academy's reputation, I can't stop him, right?" Professor Cheung was stunned for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. If the person in the black mecha was really that noble young man, then the First Military Academy's reputation would really be lost today. It seemed that the madam and the young man didn't like First Academy's plan to embarrass Lihua Academy and take back the right to educate the successor of the Tai family. The principal of Pear Blossom University noticed the bitter expression on Professor Cheung's face. He felt as if he had just eaten a piece of wild boar meat, but his face didn't show any expression. He looked at the black mecha on the screen and was secretly grateful to the disciple of his old friend for being willing to fight for Li Hua Academy's reputation. Yes, the principal of Pear Blossom University looked mysterious because he thought that the person in the black mecha was Tai Ziyuan, if it was the successor of the Tai family fighting as a student of Li Hua Academy. Then the first military academy could only swallow their broken teeth. Principal Song naturally didn't have anything to worry about. This principal, who was busy with work, didn't know that Tai Ziyuan wasn't the only one who could enter the H1 area of this university. There was also a small gatekeeper that he had noticed before. The shock in the comprehensive library was replaced by cheers. The members of the first military academy's visiting team on the rostrum had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, the situation on the screen changed again. The blue-black mecha was lifted up and left while a silver mecha coldly appeared on the field. The black mecha that was preparing to leave was stunned. Then it turned around clumsily and faced the opponent. When the students in the comprehensive library saw this scene, they knew that the proud officers of the first military academy were preparing to issue another challenge. They all held their breaths. Principal Song frowned slightly and looked at Professor Cheong. He said, "Is it Zhou? If he injures or enrages the person in the black mecha, do you think it's appropriate?" Professor Cheong looked silently at the screen and suddenly said, "Previously, we were just fighting for his performance. Now it's the students who want to protect the reputation of the first school. Under this kind of premise, I won't stop it, nor am I willing to stop it. I believe that young men should understand that each school has its own pride." Principal Tsong didn't say anything. He just looked at the black mecha and smiled slightly. Sulu knew that the principal and the upper echelons of the first military academy were now treating him as the heir of the incomparably mysterious and noble Tai family. As usual, he silently finished the battle and then prepared to leave. Right now, he didn't feel too happy. He hadn't even completely vented all the negative emotions that had accumulated over the past few days. This young man was very sensitive and cautious at certain moments, but at other moments, he was a little muddle-headed. For example, right now, he kept thinking that he had just taken a short nap in the mecha. Right now, it was at most 4 or 5 in the morning. He kept thinking that this was just a warm-up exercise for the visiting students of the first military academy, and that there were no bystanders, but he didn't know that right now it was already 10:30 in the morning. Everything that had happened earlier had been seen by countless pairs of eyes and surveillance equipment. He didn't know that right now, UA University had already become a sea of surprise because of his appearance, and he didn't know that right now, those excited students were all guessing who would be able to defeat the top student of the first military academy. He had already become a hero of UA University and a hero of the lonely and callous type. He didn't know anything about what was going on outside. He only felt that since the blue-black mecha was a rookie who was even worse than him, defeating the other really didn't count as much. He was still that pitiful fellow who could only last for 10 seconds at level 6. He had won by luck. What was there to be happy about? After all, he was just a lovelorn youth whose mood was still gloomy. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the system once again rang out with a synthetic voice. It was very clear, request for battle training. You accept? Lu turned his head in surprise. The black mecha turned its head around clumsily and then saw an exceptionally valuable mecha glowing with a silver light appear at the entrance to the combat room. It was still an M37, but there seemed to be some changes in its specific structure. He frowned and looked at the mecha that had issued the battle request through the holographic screen. His mood was very complicated. Could it be that these visiting officer students from the first military academy also want to play a tag team battle? He was exceptionally clear about his own mecha piloting skills. so clear that he had underestimated them somewhat in frustration. Looking at the steady and smooth trajectory of that silver mecha's advance, he subconsciously thought that he should not be a match for the other. However, whether or not he was a match was not the main point of Su Li's consideration right then. What he was thinking about was how to vent the gloominess in his heart. It didn't seem to matter even if he was beaten up by the other. This was not self-abuse. It was just the subconscious reaction of a young man with an ordinary personality. After accepting the battle request, he operated his black mecha and walked somewhat woodenly towards that silver mecha. That should be Zhou in there. I heard that his younger brother went to the Westwoods Military Academy because he couldn't accept his older brother's excellence. Sitting on the sofa in the small villa, Tai Ziyuan's expression was rather strange. He naturally knew that this performance by the First Military Academy was meant to be a show for him to see, but he had not expected that things would develop to this point. He took a light sip of the champagne in his thin glass and looked at the image on the holographic screen with a half-smile. He muttered to himself, "Su Lu, you're in for it this time." The heir of the Tai family, and Su Lu would battle every night in the virtual system. So he was naturally very clear about Su Li's true strength. In his opinion, Su Lu had been able to defeat that blue-black mecha in large part because of Su Li's trickery and that idiot's underestimation of his opponent. And now, since Zhou was personally piloting the silver mecha into battle, what awaited Su Lu could only be an incomparably tragic end. The mecha battle began. Just as Tai Ziyuan had predicted, the black mecha Su Lu was piloting could not even hold up for an instant before that silver mecha. It was like a weed in a storm, swaying incessantly under the precise attacks, an existence that could fall to the ground at any time. With a muffled sound, the black mecha's translucent cockpit door was accurately struck by an alloy fist. Su Lu was stifled by the powerful shockwaves. He stared somewhat blankly at the data displayed on the holographic screen and found that he had no way of avoiding the opponent's attack. Whether it was in terms of speed or control detail, he was on a completely different level from the opponent. "It looks like I can only lose," Su Lu thought with some boredom. His fingers continued to rapidly input commands, allowing the black mecha to avoid some critical damage. His eyes stared at that godlike silver mecha, filled with a sense of defeat and unwillingness. Chapter 94. The seemingly clumsy black mecha suddenly froze in its running path. The silver mecha, that had followed it like a shadow, did not let go of this opportunity. It slammed into the side of the black mecha, converting all the movement that the high-energy battery had given it into impact force. The collision of the alloy surfaces caused a very loud metallic sound to ring out in the combat room. Following the sound, the black mecha was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the solid wall. Although it did not shatter into pieces like a real kite, the structural fasteners and joints all made a whining sound as they moved, hissing as if they were about to stop working at any moment. The black mecha slid along the wall. Several parts of the alloy surface that had been damaged scraped against the wall, making a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache. At the same time, several fresh marks were left on the wall. In the end, it fell heavily to the ground, powerless. The power of the silver mecha's previous attack was fully displayed in this image. The cheers in Yue University's gymnasium had long since stopped, starting from the moment the mecha battle training started again. Then, following the continuous defeat of the black mecha, even the discussions about who was in the black mecha and the introduction of the most outstanding officer in the First Military Academy's silver mecha, Zhou gradually stopped. When the black mecha slammed into the wall and slid down, countless people fell into the most complete silence at the same time. They watched the image on the screen with unusually complicated feelings. At this time, the rostrum had long since quieted down. The professors and officials of the two universities watched the screen quietly. Ua University, who did not know the inside story, had regretful expressions on their faces. They did not know which department this black mecha operator was from, and did not expect him to be able to consecutively defeat two strong people from the same department. However, there was still some hope, and now it became disappointment and worry amidst that disappointment. The expressions of the first military academy's side were much more relaxed than when Anna had been beaten up, but there was no smug expression on their faces. This was because in their eyes, Officer Zhou Yu, this young man who even the instructor of the mecha department had not been able to easily win, should have won easily. The principal and Professor Chuang, who thought they knew the inside story, who represented the two universities, had a completely different feeling from the rest. Professor Chuang knew that the honor of the #1 hospital had been preserved, but the heir of the Tai family might not agree to transfer back to the #1 hospital. Thinking about the dean's instructions, he did not feel happy at all. On the other hand, Principal Tsong was looking at the hologram with a smile. He thought to himself, with that young man's gentle appearance and arrogant personality, he should be able to clearly understand that if it wasn't because the training conditions in the H1 area were not as good as the first academies, he would definitely work very hard this year in Ua University. In the silent general gymnasium, everyone stared at the black mecha that was trying to stand up again on the screen, while the system had yet to announce the victor. This battle that seemed to have a great disparity in strength was not over yet. Everyone knew that the black mecha was no match for the silver mecha, but seeing that the black mecha showed no signs of surrendering, they could not help but be a little moved. No one knew who started it, but a very rhythmic applause suddenly rang out in the general gymnasium. At first, the sound was very soft, but later on, it attracted more people to join in. The applause gradually grew louder and louder until it was as deafening as a thunderstorm. Then it found the same rhythm, and the sound of the rain became the sound of drums. Pa, 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 pa. The sound echoed throughout the general gymnasium, cheering for the black mecha that represented Ua University and even the entire university town. In a corner of the spectator stand, the son of the Linhai State representative, Hai Qingzhou, was clapping excitedly, his palms already red. Beside him, the naked Zhang Xiaoming was looking at the hologram seriously, guessing the identity of the person in the black mecha. Although she was also a little worried for the black mecha, she was more calm than anything else. She believed in nonviolence and belonged to the moderate side of the Federation's opposition. However, they were still part of the same system. When she was in S2, she had come into contact with a lot of information about the battles between the Federal Army and the anti-government army. She knew that those mechas had mercilessly torn apart the bodies of those passionate and hot-blooded young anti-government army soldiers. When she saw the mechas, those bloody videos and pictures would appear before her eyes. In her heart, she had an innate disgust towards mecha battles. These emotions only flashed by, and Zhang Xiaoming once again fell into her usual dazed state. Her eyes stared at the hologram, but she didn't know where her thoughts had run off to. Perhaps it was wildflowers, perhaps it was plain porridge, perhaps it was snow, or perhaps it was rain. Who knew? How could this naive and incompetent female spy know that the source of everything she was thinking about right now was actually on the hologram, right in front of her eyes? It was just that it was blocked by the exterior of the mecha, the applause that made people's blood boil like the beating of a drum, and even gave birth to a somewhat tragic feeling, fell into Shi Qinghai's ears. However, it only made the corner of his lips curl up into a mocking curve. He leaned against the wall of the tunnel at the very bottom of the viewing platform, raising his head to look at the hologram on the dome of the comprehensive gymnasium. He thought to himself with slight ridicule. The students were indeed a bunch of idiots with nothing but hot-bloodedness. Even that interesting fellow Su Le had once displayed such stubbornness at the entrance of the nightclub. The cigarette ash between his fingers fell to the ground. Shi Qinghai closed his eyes, not noticing that the cigarette was about to burn his fingers. He replayed the previous attack from the silver mecha in his mind, confirming that even if the black mecha stood up again with incomparable strength in front of Zhou Yu, it could only fall down once more. The intelligence should be correct. Other than that crown prince, no one else could enter Yue University's H1 area, which had never been made public to the public. The person sitting in the black prototype, mecha, should be the target. It looked like that crown prince didn't have much talent in this area, but his temperament was still considered upright. Shi Qinghai opened his eyes, somewhat vexed as he thought to himself, if this crown prince was really the successor of the Tai family, like the intelligence he had received from the organization a few days ago, why was he also so hot-blooded? The hot-bloodedness of such a big shot in his youth was definitely not good news for the anti-government forces he served. Sitting on the sofa, Tai Ziyuan was holding a cup of coffee. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the black mecha's performance. After so many days of interaction, he already knew that Su Lu had this kind of personality, and right now he was the only one who knew who was inside the black mecha. He lightly shook his head, knowing that even if Su Lu regained control of the mecha under the next wave of attacks from the silver mecha, he could only hold on for 6 seconds at most. Because the one sitting in the silver mecha was Zhou Yu, the one who the Tai family had been secretly observing for 4 years, the one who was destined to become one of their staff members in the future. Tai Ziyuan raised his coffee cup to toast Su Li's failure, smiling. The intelligent design of the Federation's scientists allowed the operator in the mecha to minimize the impact of external impacts. That was why Su Lu had not fainted in the black mecha's cockpit. But right now, he felt terrible. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva to stop himself from vomiting, and his vision finally cleared. He smiled wryly, subconsciously wiping his lips, and then his hands began to operate the mecha again, trying to get the black mecha to stand up. The lovelorn youth wanted to use a random battle, or perhaps be abused to vent the frustration in his heart that he had no one to talk to. He had already predicted the outcome of failure, and had even vaguely looked forward to being beaten up. However, when he actually began to fail, he found himself like a child in front of that silver mecha, unable to fight back at all. Su Lu subconsciously felt resentful. This was due to his personality. Having grown up alone, he possessed the tenacity, optimism, and unwillingness to admit defeat unique to Donglin people. He had never been used to admitting defeat without trying, and was even more unaccustomed to the slightly bitter feeling of defeat in his heart right now. Losing to an outstanding military cadet from the 1st Military Academy was something very easy for Su Lu to accept, but he could not accept that he had the thought of admitting defeat after that attack. In non-combat mode, the front end of the mecha's mechanical arms were all fitted with human-like alloy knuckles. When clasped together, they formed a powerful fist. The black mecha's alloy fist had actually been damaged quite severely in the earlier battle when it had knocked down the blue-black mecha. It was this damaged alloy fist that had propped up the floor, supporting the black mecha's balance and allowing it to stand up again. Su Lu had done this very naturally, but when it was displayed on the screen, it caused even more enthusiastic applause to ring out in the comprehensive museum. In reality, Su Lu had no idea how much applause was ringing out for him. He didn't even know that there were people watching this battle. He did not need applause for anything he did. The antique level simulation system in the mecha's cockpit suddenly attracted Su Li's gaze. "You're very strong. I still want to learn from you." He opened the internal comms of the combat system and spoke very sincerely to that extremely elegant silver mecha pilot. Inside the silver mecha, the expressionless Zhou Yu finally showed a stunned expression. He glanced reflexively at his communicator and heard the other's sincerity and honesty. A trace of doubt flashed across that heroic face. But it was not because of the attitude the other was displaying right now, but because of the details he had captured from the data analysis in the previous battle. In everyone's eyes, the black mecha had already been utterly defeated in that short period of time. Inside the silver mecha, only Zhou Yu, the young prodigy of machine control, had keenly picked up on a trace of strangeness. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the person operating the black mecha was much slower than him in terms of hand speed and finesse in control. However, the problem was that the black mecha's reaction speed, every time it dodged, was always a hair faster than he had calculated. Being faster by a hair did not seem to be an important matter, but in the lightning-quick battle between mecha, it was extremely important. Although the black mecha's reaction speed was not fully displayed because it was not at a superb level of control, the problems in the data allowed Zhou Yu to confirm that the other's reaction speed was abnormal, even much faster than his own. He could not understand how the other had done this. Could it be that there really was such a thing as intuition in legends? In the silver mecha, after a moment of silence, Zhou Yu said seriously to the mysterious person in the black mecha who had stood up again, "Learn from each other, please." Chapter 95. The other had said please, so Su Lu very naturally followed up with, "Please, wait a moment." It had to be said that even the same type of soup could produce a different taste of cabbage. This was the problem of the ingredients. The students of the first military academy were all very proud people, but the temperament this pride displayed was completely different. Piloting the blue and black mecha, and Dakue appeared frivolous and manic, while Zhou Yu appeared rather elegant. Hearing the voice in his ear, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. Looking at the black mecha that was barely maintaining its balance on the monitor screen, he said softly, "Okay." He did not know what the person in the black mecha wanted him to wait for. Perhaps it was to buy some time to rest, or perhaps it was to think of a way to defeat him. Absolute confidence allowed Zhou Yu to calmly and unhurriedly display the demeanor of a student of the first military academy. Meanwhile, inside the black mecha, Su Lu really did seem to be resting. The mecha stood blankly against the wall for a long time, not making any movements at all. The long period of silence and the pause of the battle, as well as the strange atmosphere in the combat room, was displayed on the large screen of the multi-purpose gymnasium. Finally, it was noticed by those students who had been clapping incessantly in the multi-purpose gymnasium, holding their breaths and cheering for the black mecha. The applause gradually died down, returning to an incomparable silence. Everyone stared in surprise at the two motionless mecha on the screen, not knowing what had happened. Shi Qinghai was rubbing his scalded fingers together in boredom, his delicate eyebrows furrowed beautifully. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the strange movements in his surroundings. He glanced curiously at the screen, and after a moment of silent observation, he guessed a bit about the exchange between the two mecha operators in the combat room. He could not help but laugh, thinking that at this moment, Zhou Yu would definitely give the other as much tolerance as possible to show his own demeanor. Sure enough, people from the first military academy were all so cocky. But what was that black mecha trying to do? The difference in strength was too great. Even if he continued to ponder in silence, the black mecha would not be able to defeat the silver mecha controlled by Zhou Yu in such a short amount of time. Unless that young master in the black mecha suddenly exploded with a mini-universe. In a small villa, not too far away from the general training center, Tai Ziyuan was also holding a cup of coffee as he watched the silent battle between the two mecha on the screen with great interest. One of the two combatants was a friend he did not know about, while the other was his future subordinate. He was very clear about the strength of both parties and their personalities. He was all smiles as he prepared to watch Su Lu fall and get back up, and then fall again. It was just like those hot-blooded space dramas that last from Department 23 had acted out. At this moment, the black mecha that had been silent for a long time suddenly moved. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes. The people in the multi-purpose museum watched nervously. Tai Ziyuan, who was in the small villa, smiled and drank his coffee. He bent his left thumb on the armrest and counted softly in his heart. 1. Only 6 seconds. Tai Ziyuan believed in his judgment. Su Lu could only hold on for 6 seconds. In the second second, the black mecha and the silver mecha collided violently once again. However, this time, there was no clear and heavy sound of metal clashing. This was because in that split second where the naked eye could not see, the two damaged mechanical arms of the black mecha suddenly moved at a strange angle to seal the front of the silver mecha. The silver mecha tore through the air like a blade. The right arm that was aiming straight for the black mecha's cockpit was blocked by the two damaged mechanical arms of the black mecha, which were even faintly emitting sparks. To be more precise, it was not a block, but a block. The angle between the two mechanical arms was particularly strange. They were radially outwards and just so happened to sandwich the silver mecha's mechanical arms in between. The silver mecha's attack caused the armor of the two mecha's mechanical arms to rub against each other incessantly, making a heart-palpitating, sizzling sound. The tremendous force of impact was all concentrated in this area of close contact, causing the two mecha to tremble at the same time. They were sent flying a distance of more than 10 centimeters from the metal floor. Inside the silver mecha, Zhou Yu was rather surprised by the opponent's control, precision, and speed, but he did not find it particularly strange. This was because he had already noticed earlier that the opponent had a very strange reaction speed. His control should not have been so poor in the first place. The black mecha's clumsy movements were successfully captured in that split second. It no longer had to face the silver mecha's high-speed operation and nimble mecha footwork, thus concealing its own strengths to the greatest extent. This seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. This was because the metal-powered nature of the mecha meant that the operator was destined to be unable to command the slightest movements of the mecha as if it were their own body. In mecha battle operations, there had never been such standard movements that resembled human combat. The black mecha retreated, using both arms to block. It was completely like a human who had trained in a self-cultivation hall for countless years, not like a cold and emotionless machine at all. The students who were nervously watching the screen in the comprehensive gymnasium did not understand the difficulty hidden behind this simple movement of the black mecha. They only found that the black mecha, which had been on the verge of collapse, had not only stood up, but had also successfully blocked the silver mecha's attack for the first time. This fact allowed them to see a sliver of hope for Lihua University's victory, and they could not help but erupt into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. However, Zhou Yu understood. Those students from the First Academy's mecha department understood. Shi Qinghai and Tai Ziyuan also understood. They could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Zhou Yu did not know how the person in the black mecha had been able to make a cold and emotionless machine complete that movement so smoothly like a human. Similarly, he did not know how the opponent could have a reaction speed faster than his own. But despite his surprise, this ace student of the First Military Academy did not feel a trace of worry in his heart. Calmly watching the various data feeds on the monitor screen, his eyes even flashed with a hint of a smile. The fourth second, another change. The two mecha, which had been locked in a stalemate, suddenly shook violently for a moment. The arm of the silver mecha, which had been firmly blocked by the black mecha, once again reached forward. The alloy fist, gleaming with a cold light, was aimed directly at the most fatal part of the mecha, the cockpit. Of course, in this sort of system-monitored battle, it was impossible to allow true death to occur between the mecha. However, if the silver mecha could really use some kind of power to strike the cockpit, the system would naturally judge the silver mecha as the victor. This was the source of Zhou Yu's calm confidence. Whether the black mecha's strange block had been done subconsciously, or if it really had some strange control method, Zhou Yu did not care. The mechanical arms of the two mecha were entangled. The silver mecha had lost its high-speed mobility and seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, this battle was completely a test of both parties' micro-operations in a small space, as well as the power of their own mecha's power system. In these two aspects, Zhou Yu was very confident. The black mecha was not a match for him. When it came to micro-operations, Zhou Yu's standard was far beyond that of the average person. Meanwhile, the silver mecha was an enhanced version of the M37, so its own power output was much higher than the M prototype, following the full output of the Jingnong type's high-power batteries. The back of the silver mecha emitted an incomparably familiar, incomparably intimate hum. The powerful power output of the M37 allowed the silver mecha to advance once again, seemingly unstoppable. In particular, Zhou Yu's right hand continued to input commands on the touchscreen, causing the silver mecha's mechanical arms to vibrate rapidly in the smallest possible range within 0.01 seconds, colliding endlessly with the black mecha's two mechanical arms. Knock, 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 like a woodpecker pecking endlessly at a sturdy tree, gradually loosening the tree, or like the hand of an ancient giant, continuously striking at the crevices in the rock, causing the crevices in the rock to grow larger and larger. A mecha's alloy mechanical arms would not tire, but under this sort of extremely small range of vibrations, there was no time to reset them. The black mecha could only watch as the crevice in front of it grew larger and larger, while the silver mecha's mechanical arms drew closer and closer, faster and faster. It had to be admitted that the mecha combat ability of the ace students of the 1st Military Academy's mecha department was already at a very abnormal level. The 6th second, Tai Ziyuan's coffee cup paused by his lips. All 5 fingers on the sofa were already curled, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the screen. That black mecha was on the verge of defeat, subconsciously feeling that something strange was about to happen. Zhou Yu also felt it, because the opponent's black mecha had not reacted at all in these 2 seconds, as if it had already lost all confidence. All it could do was wait to be hit, and then be judged as a failure by the system. However, Zhou Yu was sure that the person in the black mecha was not someone who would admit defeat so easily. An ominous feeling appeared in Zhou Yu's mind. His expression was calm, but his fingers began to move rapidly across the screen, adjusting the M37's power output to instant strike. At the same time, he made the lower half of the mecha's mechanical legs begin to bend slightly to change into forward mode. The sound of electrical current and the sound of metal components coming together rang out. In the battle room, the trembling bodies of the 2 giant mecha seemed to freeze at the same time. The silver mecha's mechanical legs began to crouch, about to change into forward mode. Zhou Yu decided not to wait for that ominous possibility. He wanted to use this risky method to obtain more power output and ground grip in order to succeed in one hit. However, the black mecha, which had been silent all this, while seemed to have been waiting for this very moment. When the lower half of the silver mecha, Area 74C, shifted slightly to the back due to the mode change, the black mecha moved. Its thick mechanical legs moved, moving clumsily but decisively, becoming a black arc in the air, at a speed impossible to follow with the naked eye, at a precise 30-degree angle. It slashed viciously towards Area 74C of the lower half of the silver mecha. This was a scene that should never appear in a mecha battle. This was definitely a movement example that had never appeared in any mecha tutorial. The Federation's M-Series mecha were all Form 2 mecha. The heavy mechanical legs were mainly used to support the heavy load of the mecha itself, but they could also be changed into forward mode. Through the reassembly of the metal components, the mecha could move swiftly across the plains at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. If required during wartime, tracks could also be temporarily installed to allow the mecha to smoothly cross those complicated swamps. All in all, in the Federation's mecha design and usage philosophy, the mecha's pair of heavy mechanical legs played a rather important role. However, this role was mainly reflected in the aspects of structure and movement. In battle, the mecha's balance was even more important. Only by maintaining the mecha's balance could the mecha's three major systems be guaranteed a stable reference and reaction platform, because the mecha's requirements for this aspect were too high, whether in design or usage. The people of the Federation had always only installed the weapon systems on the upper half of the mecha. Very few people would have thought that those heavy and clumsy moving mechanical legs could actually also be used as offensive weapons. In the countless thousands of years of history, there must have been scientists or those strong pilots who had come from training halls who had considered whether the mechanical legs could play an important role in mecha battle. However, countless experiments and calculations had long proven that if the stability of the mecha was to be guaranteed, the flexibility of the mechanical legs would have to be sacrificed. After all, a mecha was a machine. No matter how nimble a machine was, it still did not have the body of a human. It could not be like those special forces soldiers or training masters who could leap through the forest and kick like a human. Perhaps some beginners would enthusiastically attempt this, but what awaited them would definitely be complete failure. This was because a mecha that could not even maintain the most basic stability and balance, no matter how fancy it was to raise its legs, could only be blown to the ground by a gust of wind. In true mecha special operations, it was naturally possible to use the mechanical legs to perform some actions that one would never normally do. However, that would only be done when one was already cornered into a desperate situation, which was why one would use such an extremely risky method. The professors of the three major military academies and the Westwood's Military Academy's mecha faculty had long come to the conclusion that to control a mecha as if it was one's own body, the mecha pilot would need to have the computing speed and control precision of a computer. A high-grade central control computer might be able to complete these actions, but the computer itself would not be able to possess the natural reaction and judgment abilities of a human. Thus, the federal military's mecha teaching materials had never contained content on this aspect. This was because this was an offensive method that did not pay for itself. This was an offensive method that required countless failures before it could succeed once. In other words, this was a very stupid offensive method. Zhou had seen this type of mecha leg attack before. In the first Military Academy's mecha faculty, there was a junior who was often whimsical but incredibly stubborn. That junior had once spent half a year's time attempting to make a mecha able to use the mechanical legs to launch an attack off the ground, while at the same time maintaining a quick response method under the opponent's counterattack. However, half a year later, that whimsical and incredibly stubborn junior had finally given up in resentment. Although even Zhou admired that junior's talent, the consensus formed over countless years by the Human Federation was not something that just anyone could overturn. Thus, when Zhou saw that black silhouette of a mechanical leg cleaving towards him with extreme precision and power from the monitor screen, and when the black mecha's main body still maintained its stability, its two arms blocking the silver mechanical arms still in place, Zhou actually subconsciously paused for a tenth of a second, his pupils constricting abruptly. How had the opponent done it? Was it because half of the black mecha's body was leaning against the wall of the combat room, or was it just a coincidence? Regardless of which it was, Zhou would not actually feel panicked. This was because in countless mecha battles, there would always be some wondrous situations that would occur. And the next time, perhaps that pilot would not be able to use the same effect again. Zhou himself had once unconsciously completed a beautiful roundhouse kick with his silver M37 during a mecha piloting experiment. At that time, he had been immensely excited. However, when he tried to repeat the process in the days after that, he found that out of a total of 14 experiments, he had only succeeded twice. Such a low success rate could not be used in actual combat at all. The cautious Zhou had since then tossed this matter to the back of his mind. This was because he knew that with the control ability of all the pilots in the Federation, they would not be able to make an attack from the lower half of a mecha become an effective method. Thus, Zhou believed that the black mecha had only suddenly erupted in a desperate situation and had been lucky enough to execute this kick, just like his own beautiful roundhouse kick all those years ago. What truly made Zhou feel immense pressure was the black mecha's reaction speed and calmness. The opponent seemed to have predicted all the developments of the battle from the very first second, knowing that the two mecha would definitely be in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the silver M37 would rely on its greater power to gain an irreversible advantage, while Zhou himself would switch his mechanical legs to forward mode at the last moment to deliver the final blow. The black mecha's reaction was too miraculous. In that instant when the silver mecha had switched mode, it had found a loophole in the armor of Area 74C and had immediately attacked that area. The opponent had been silent all this time. Could it be that it had been waiting for this moment? If that was true, this sort of forbearance, this sort of calmness, this sort of observation, and even this sort of gambling style of attack would make Zhou feel an unprecedented pressure. A chill flashed through Zhou's heart, but he did not have time to think further. His narrowed eyes flashed, and the strength of an ace pilot burst forth in that instant. His fingers brushed past the touch screen, so quickly that the naked eye could not see them clearly. His left mechanical arm, which had been left empty all this time due to his elegance, suddenly shot forward. In a close-range battle between mecha without the firepower system, it was actually more like a primitive fight. The only things that were competing were brute force and speed. In other words, the power of the mecha and the pilot's controllability. At this moment, the black mecha's storm-like kick attack surprised Zhou greatly. He needed to compete in speed with the opponent. As long as he could hit the opponent's cockpit faster than the opponent by just a hair, then he would still be the victor in this battle. The 6th second was finally over. Unsurprisingly, this kick of the black mechas that no one had expected was like a poplar tree that had been uprooted by a strong gust of wind, or like a giant white wave that had struck the dam of Linhai Province and then spat it out again. It accurately and heavily struck the lower half of the silver mecha's body, hitting Area 74C. With a loud crack, the clumsy black alloy mechanical leg struck the area where the silver mecha had temporarily lost its defensive capabilities, leaving a shocking wound. Electrical sparks lit up the combat room. On the lower half of the silver mecha's body, countless metal wires and pipes were tragically broken. At the same time, the silver mecha's pair of mechanical arms had successfully broken through the black mecha's defenses, striking viciously at the black mecha's abdomen where the cockpit was located. With a series of crackling sounds, the translucent cockpit door was severely deformed, and web-like cracks began to extend endlessly. White smoke began to fill the combat room, obscuring all vision. After a moment of silence, the system's electronic voice rang out once more. It was a very straightforward and simple judgment. Same. The combat room fell into a strange silence. The two heavily damaged mecha had already left combat mode, facing each other silently. After the silver mecha's left mechanical leg had suffered that powerful blow, its structural system had been completely destroyed. The entire body of the mecha was already half-tilted, and it had lost all ability to move. A moment later, the silver mecha's cockpit door opened. Zhou Yu stared blankly at the thick smoke in front of him, as if he wanted to see the black mecha that was so close to him clearly. The black mecha's cockpit door had already cracked open inch by inch. However, the smoke-filled room made it impossible to see the pilot's true appearance on the other side of the smoke. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. In combat mode, the maximum attack power output was limited, especially the attack aimed at the cockpit. Why had the opponent's cockpit door been completely shattered? He did not know if the other person was fine. He was somewhat worried, but he did not know that the black mecha's cockpit door was a temporary backup that had been installed today. "Are you okay?" shouted Zhou Yu towards the other side of the smoke. After a long time, a few coughs came from the other side of the smoke, and a voice rang out. "You're really strong. I thought that kick would hit you. You shouldn't have been able to hit me in time." Zhou Yu could hear the sincerity in the other's voice, and could not help but smile slightly. However, his smile was somewhat bitter. He had confirmed that the other was just a beginner, but seemed to have some kind of talent. He looked at the gradually dissipating smoke, frowning as he asked, "You're a student of Yue University? How did you do that kick just now? Do you want to come to our academy to learn some basic knowledge?" Zhou Yu had only said this subconsciously, but then he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Today, you've already become the hero of Yue University. I think that Principal Song will not let a talent like you leave." Their previous conversation and their current shouts through the smoke were all limited to the combat room. The countless people in the comprehensive hall could not hear them at all. The voice on the other side of the smoke suddenly became confused. "What hero? You don't know?" Zhou Yu looked at the gradually dissipating smoke in puzzlement. The air system in the combat room was operating at full capacity, and the smoke instantly thinned by a lot. The alloy ceiling in the sky slowly opened, and ear-splitting cheers could be heard from below. Sitting in the black mecha, Su Lu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly, he cried out, and at the same time, the black mecha also began to move rapidly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Zhou Yu heard the sound of electric current coming from the other side, and was even more puzzled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the other's broken cabin door, wanting to see clearly what this strange fellow looked like, but all he saw was a pair of heavily damaged alloy fists firmly blocking the cabin door. The comprehensive hall was already filled with thunderous cheers. The students of Yue University and the other academies in the university town were all in a state of excitement. They never would have thought that the seemingly dying black mecha would not only stubbornly stand up, but even fight to a draw with the ace student of the first military academy in the end. On the rostrum, Principal Tsong, the professors and lecturers of Yue University were all very gratified. Even the leader of the first military academy, Professor Tsong, was very happy. A draw was the best result. At least they did not have to offend that young man. The ceiling of the combat room slowly opened, and the smoke gradually dispersed. Countless gazes were cast in that direction. Countless people wanted to know which department of Yue University student was sitting in the mysterious black mecha. No matter what kind of person this student was in the past, after today, he would definitely become a legendary figure that countless students would never forget. Principal Tsong smiled as he looked in that direction, thinking that tonight was the Double Moon Festival Ball, and the successor of the Tai family had chosen such an appearance a few hours in advance. Perhaps the heavens had arranged it better. However, What surprised everyone was that when the smoke dispersed, they only saw a heavily damaged silver mecha, and a black mecha using its alloy fists to block the cracked cabin door, turning its body around, and running towards the gradually opening door at the back of the combat room. No one could clearly see who was inside the black mecha. Even when the screen was zoomed into the nearest, there was still no way to see who was inside. This scene was engraved in the memories of many people because after a soul-stirring mecha battle drill, they had seen the black and prototype mecha they had hailed as a hero clutching its abdomen and limping away like a shameless thief, fleeing in an incomparably wretched and terrified manner. Because of this scene, the comprehensive gymnasium instantly fell into an incomparable silence. Beside the passageway, Shi Qinghai opened his mouth wide as he looked at the back of the mecha that was running away like a dog. He suddenly cursed and hurriedly blew on his fingers that had been burned by the cigarette, but on the sofa of the small villa, Tai Ziyuan stared blankly at the screen, thinking that if the black mecha were to act, it would definitely become a Nebula Award winner. This scene of running away while holding its stomach was so much like a pitiful person who had eaten something bad. Thinking of this, as someone of noble status, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of coffee and almost laughed out loud in a manner that did not match his status. Chapter 96. Wiping off the coffee stains on his body with a snow-white handkerchief, Tai Ziyuan shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He thought to himself, how many years has it been since I last laughed so happily? He stood up from the sofa and said to Butler Jean, beside him, change the records for today. Just say that I was studying in Area H1. Butler Jean lowered his head slightly, immediately understanding the young master's intentions. After a short pause, he said, Young master, since Su Lu has access to the chip in Area H1, I believe that his relationship with Professor Jean is definitely not as simple as what is shown in UA University's records. Professor Jean couldn't have changed the central control computer program in Area H1 so casually. It was only because he happened to meet a soldier in the recruit camp. Shouldn't we tell Madam about this? For countless nights, other than Butler Jean, no one else knew that the heir of the Tai family was studying in Area H1 every night. He was not alone, but had a companion. No one knew that Su Lu could also enter Area H1. Butler Jean was slightly worried when he saw the final attack of the black mecha on the screen today, so he once again suggested this to Tai Ziyuan. Tai Ziyuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Apart from matters such as his coming-of-age ceremony, Butler Jean would definitely not mention any details related to his life to anyone without his permission, not even his mother. Tai Ziyuan trusted his own judgment regarding this interesting fellow, Su Lu. It was just a coincidence that they met, and there was no hidden agenda. Don't think too much about it. Life lasts for decades. There are bound to be some unexpected events to make things more interesting, Tai Ziyuan said as a long-lost smile appeared on his slightly pale and thin face. Thinking back to all the little details he had shared with Su Lu since they met, he was already sure that the other was a trustworthy person. Yes, then I'll go deal with the records right away. Butler Jean lowered his head slightly. He was actually willing to see the young master, who was destined to be unable to enjoy the normal life of most Federation citizens, be able to enjoy luxuries such as friendship. I should be drenched in sweat by now. I should have taken a shower, so I need to change my clothes. Tai Ziyuan tossed the white handkerchief in his hand onto the table and said with a smile, I'm sure Principal Tsong will be coming over to discuss tonight's dance with me. Perhaps he also wants to confirm that the black mecha that just walked away with its belly full is me. In the quiet and deep room on the right side of the H1 area, the sound of metal machinery suddenly rang out. The heavy alloy wall at the furthest end of the room had just closed. Before the data cable and power cable could be reconnected to the black mech's body, The mech's two deformed alloy fists that had been blocking its abdomen suddenly pulled apart. The pale-faced Sulu appeared in the severely damaged cockpit, like a frightened rat. With the fastest speed he could muster, he took off the almost antique simulation operating system on his body. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, he resisted the hunger in his stomach and once again called upon the mysterious power in his body. With a tremble of his legs, he jumped down from the black mech that was several meters tall like an ape. He turned into a cloud of dust and rushed to the back of the terminal display at the door. After strenuously stacking the simulation operating system and the small tool into his backpack, Sulu put on his backpack. He did not forget to enter the command for full cleaning on the terminal. Following the input of the command, the self-cleaning equipment came out from all around the H1 area with a beeping sound. Countless dust and spray equipment came out from the ceiling and began to clean the entire room, especially the platform where the black mech was. It was cleaned repeatedly. Presumably, it would not be long before all the fingerprints that Sulu had left behind in the mech's cockpit and this room were wiped clean. Wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead again, Sulu silently and steadily put on his backpack. He walked out of the room and came to the tightly shut alloy door. After the chip's scan and the command input were complete, he stood in the corridor between the two doors. Through the gap of the outermost door, he cautiously confirmed that there were no diligent students in the H area outside for the time being. Only then did he leave the H1 area in a flash. Using his hat to cover his face, Sulu lowered his head and walked quickly through the quiet H area of the library. It had to be said that his luck was pretty good. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Usually, there would already be countless excellent students from UA University diligently studying in the H area of the library. They would definitely notice that a student had walked out of the strange H1 area that no one had ever entered before. However, the first military academy was visiting today. Most of the people were watching that soul-stirring mecha battle in the comprehensive library. Moreover, tonight was the Double Moon Festival Ball. No matter how nerdy a student was, they would all try their best to tidy themselves up, praying that they would be able to dance a song with the girl they loved that night. Under the witness of those pairs of moons, they would reap a sweet romance. Jogging out of the H area of the library, he passed through the quiet forest. After confirming that no one had discovered that he had come out of the H1 area, Sulu finally relaxed. He let out a long, stuffy breath and slowed down his walking speed. At this time, he had both hands in his trouser pockets and a backpack on his back. He looked like a very normal student. It was not until he had walked for a long time that he met a few students who were excitedly discussing something, but no one had noticed him. Walking along the grassy banks of the Rose River, fine snowflakes gradually drifted down from the sky, landing on the withered yellow grass. Sulu took off his hat and rubbed his slightly wet, messy black hair. Uneasily, he took out his mobile phone to take a look. Only then did he find that it was already 11 o'clock. His lips could not help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. He thought to himself that he was indeed very muddle-headed, actually sleeping for quite a few hours in the mecha. When he had been fighting with those two mecha just now, he had stupidly thought that it was still 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Thinking back to that earlier scene, especially after the opening of the battle room's dome and the countless cheers and gazes in that instant, Sulu's heart could not help but thump wildly. At this time, he had already determined that the H1 area was not a simple place. Furthermore, he had accidentally engaged in a battle with the first military academy's mecha pilots, officers, and students, and had fallen into the eyes of so many people, he could not help but feel shocked and terrified. Having escaped from the Eastwood district for a year, Sulu would sometimes subconsciously forget his identity as a fugitive, and thus appear less cautious. But Today, he had actually operated a mecha in front of so many people, and in the end, he had even used the antique simulation system to call on that strange power within his body, although that strange power no longer manifested itself in the typical form of trembling. Sulu was still very worried. Would the Black Mecha's final attack alert some aspect of the Federation? A faint sense of regret welled up in his heart. Stepping on the frozen grass and twigs, he walked towards the iron gates of Pear Garden. Perhaps it was the untimely death of a young man's first love, or perhaps it was the bitter experience of these past few days that had caused him to be so muddle-headed that he had made such a mistake. Katja! Katja! As he walked forward, the regret in his heart grew fainter and fainter. Since it had already become an established fact, there was no point in regretting it anymore. Sulu had always been a straightforward and efficient person. He patted his cheeks and exhaled a mouthful of white mist. Lowering his head, he continued to walk forward, thinking in his heart that if someone really came to investigate the Black Mecha, he would just change his identity and leave Pear Garden University, going somewhere else to live a different life. It was just that he felt a little reluctant to leave. A little reluctant to leave this Pear Garden University's snow-like pear blossoms, as pure and amiable as pear blossoms, but sometimes as cold and unpredictable as snow. That girl, that rogue official friend of Shi Qinghai's, and that frail rich kid who ate supper with him every night. Su Li's hurried footsteps slowed down, and the two knife-like eyebrows under his cap gradually smoothed out. In the end, he stood by the Rose River and found that his current state of mind was already different from when he had just escaped from Donglin. He had something to worry about. Things like love and friendship were burdens, but they were burdens that he liked very much. Looking at the thin ice floating on the river and the faint mist, Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was smiling. He made up his mind. He was not in a hurry to leave, but wanted to see if there would be any problems with today's scene. If no one could find out that the person in the Black Mecha was him, then why should he leave? Right at this moment, the faint melody of a violin rang out. Sulu was slightly startled. He fished out his phone from his pocket and put it to his ear. Then he heard Shi Qinghai's lazy but exceptionally charming voice. "Where are you? I didn't see you in the general library, and I couldn't find you in the gatehouse at this time either." "I'm studying by the river." Su Li's voice was slightly hoarse because of his nervousness. "Studying my ass. I ordered 2 sets of clothes from CU for tonight's ball. Come over quickly. I'll go get them for you." Sulu laughed, knowing that the other was worried that a dull fellow like him would not understand the rules of the ball. He couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth and said, "Thank you." "Thank my ass. You're someone with an inheritance, so the money is yours." Sulu was helpless. He had originally wanted to say that he already had clothes, but then he remembered that those clothes were bought by Zhang Xiaoming, and he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. Besides, he really didn't dare to stay on campus at this time, so he said, "I'll be right there." "No, I have something urgent to attend to right now." On the other end of the line, Shi Qinghai's voice suddenly turned calm. "You go by yourself first. I'll come look for you in a bit." Sulu put his phone back into his pocket and pulled his cap down even lower, hiding his slightly furrowed brows. He had heard the sudden change in Shi Qinghai's voice and felt that the other seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't know what it was. Shi Qinghai had always been a mysterious person. Perhaps it was because of his profession. Sulu walked towards the iron gates of Pear Blossom Garden worriedly. Along the way, he saw many students who had just walked out of the general library. These students were not only from Pear Blossom University. There were also many students wearing the uniforms of other schools in the university city. What was similar was that these students all had traces of excitement on their faces, their eyes shining with pride and excitement. The sounds of discussion were endless, ringing out between the small path in the woods and the teaching buildings in the early winter. These students were all discussing the two previous mecha battle drills, especially the final battle between the Black Mecha and the Silver M37. A mysterious student pilot had appeared in Pear Blossom University, operating an prototype mecha and actually being able to fight to a draw with an ace student of the 1st Military Academy who was operating an M37 mecha. Without question, this made all the students in the university city feel proud and honored. They discussed excitedly, some students even unable to resist swaying their bodies and imitating the Black Mecha's final kick. Although they all knew that the Silver Mecha's control level seemed to be higher, and that the final blow to the abdomen had also been exceptionally domineering, their attention was still only on the Black Mecha. Wearing his cap, Su Lu walked briskly past these students. Although he didn't want to deliberately listen, those terms like Black Mecha still kept pouring into his ears. The more he listened, the more complicated his feelings became. Knowing that the Silver Mecha he had fought with in the end was indeed an ace student of the 1st Military Academy, he couldn't help but feel somewhat happy. However, when he saw those students laughing loudly while imitating the Black Mecha clutching its stomach and running away, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. At that time, he had only been in a hurry to cover his face and run away. So how could he have cared about the so-called demeanor and image of a pilot, returning to his own concierge bedroom? Su Lu could finally relax completely. He gulped down a large vat of cold water to replenish the water he had lost earlier and quench the terrifying hunger in his stomach. Carrying his backpack into the bathroom, he carefully removed the mirror. The tiles behind the mirror had basically been hollowed out by him, enough to fit a backpack inside. After hiding the backpack, Su Lu pondered for a moment, then pried up another tile underneath. He took out the stun baton he had named Flying Dagger and put it on his body. He didn't know what would happen in the next few days, so it was better to be careful. Last time, when he met Hook and the others outside the clubhouse, if he had had his stun baton with him, he wouldn't have been so helpless under the cold muzzle of that gun and could only take the risk of fighting with his body. Before leaving the room, he subconsciously turned on the hologram on the wall. The constantly flashing and rolling post titles on the campus network appeared on the hologram and reflected in his eyes. His expression became extremely rich, and his body also froze in place. Black Mecha, where are you? We're calling for you. General Library's live post. The Black Mecha's great reversal. Why is the mecha so black? It's the same as being a dark horse. What are the legends of Yua University trying to hide behind the scenes? A proud academy retreats in defeat. Why are hidden geniuses always among the common folk? These were the few posts that were pinned to the top, and the scrolling post list below was basically dominated by the scene in the General Library today. In the Capitol Ring, where information was incomparably advanced, the mecha duel in the General Library was continuously being broadcasted live on the campus network, attracting the attention of countless people. Especially after the mysterious disappearance of the Black Mecha at the end, countless people began to guess the Black Mecha's true identity amidst their cheers, and countless people launched activities to search for the Black Mecha. How long had it been? And it had already caused such a huge commotion. Su Lu was lost in thought as he stared at the words on the hologram in astonishment. When the vault had opened earlier, he had already known that the situation of the mecha duel had fallen into the eyes of countless people. Earlier on, he had also seen many students discussing excitedly, but he really hadn't expected that a mere mecha duel drill would be able to excite the students of the entire university town to this extent. Su Lu looked at the hologram and scratched his head, somewhat baffled. His eyes narrowed out of habit, and he raised his arm to click on one of the links to a high-definition video. In an extremely short amount of time, The image on the hologram was transferred to the Federation's largest video website. Tomato, looking at that clumsy black mecha's movements on the screen, looking at that incomparably swift silver stream of light, Su Li's eyes slowly widened, and he stared without stopping for a moment. When he thought of how countless people had been like him earlier, staring at that incomparably large hologram in the general library while he himself was within the hologram, his mood became somewhat strange. On the screen, the black mecha fell, stood up, and then 6 seconds passed in a flash. Under the impossible circumstances, the black mecha executed that kick during the transition of movement mode. In an extremely short amount of time, the 74C armor plate on the lower half of the M37 mecha would show problems. Su Lu watched every image, and his mood gradually calmed down. He studied harder than anyone else, memorizing all the M-Series mecha blueprints he could find in UA University. Those memorized data, mixed together with the techniques Uncle Fong you had imperceptibly taught him back in the Eastwood region, gave him a natural, intuitive judgment of mecha, which was why he could accurately grasp the fleeting opportunity. This really could only be attributed to intuition, and had nothing to do with the strange power in his body or the information transmission channel. It was just that this sort of intuition could only be attributed to a sea of data and many years of practice, and only then could one have a natural affinity with mechanical components. To know where the only possible loophole of the silver mecha was, one also needed to have the ability to grasp this loophole. Su Li's control level was still far from being a match for the A students of the First Military Academy, but he had an ability that they definitely could not have, and that was the trembling of his body. The antique control system that had been phased out by the Federation many years ago, combined with the powerful physical control ability in his body, could allow the mecha to perform actions that would never be possible under normal circumstances. 30 degrees. It could only be 30 degrees. Su Lu watched the image quietly, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He thought of the kick that the fat captain of the Ancient Bell had sent towards him. That kick of the black mecha on the screen already looked like Captain Tian's kick. Ling Lai's kick. Su Lu took a deep breath, and an indescribable feeling began to fill his chest. Perhaps it was confidence, or perhaps it was joy or something else, but after all, he was just a youth. Every victory and improvement in life would make him happy, even if today's happiness was extremely risky and muddled. He vaguely understood the true use of the power in his body, and also understood how the uncle was able to calmly face an entire team of special mecha from the Federation. In this world, only the uncle and him understood that the human body was the first line of machines, and the mecha was just an extension of this machine. Only the uncle and him could use the powerful power in their bodies, either through methods that had been phased out by the Federation, or through methods as mysterious as the uncle using the human body to directly control the mecha. Chapter 97. Su Lu should have been proud, but he was not. The excitement he should have felt was not as strong as people thought. He looked at the last image of the black mech leaving in a sorry state on the screen and just smiled happily. His interest was still in mech repair. Piloting a mech was exhilarating, but it was not his goal in life. The war between the Federation and the Empire had subsided for more than 10 years. In an era where peace was gradually becoming a habit, Su Lu did not plan to enlist in the military. Naturally, he did not think that becoming a mech pilot was his future choice. Perhaps it was because of what happened to Uncle Boss and his forced exile, as well as the privileged class like the Zhou siblings, that Su Lu did not have much of a good impression and trust of the Federation government. In comparison, he actually had a much better impression of the anti-government faction led by Senator Macklin. Of course, if the Empire once again brazenly invaded the Federation, Su Lu would not run far away just because of his dislike of the government. He would definitely do his duty as a citizen of the Federation. In just a moment, Su Lu thought of his life many years in the future from the black mech on the screen. This kind of absent-mindedness rarely happened to him except when he was doing mech repair work. Suddenly, an extremely loud rumbling sound came from his stomach. Su Lu looked down with a bitter expression, almost fainting from the strong sense of hunger. The set of strange movements and the mysterious power in his body that Uncle Feng Yu had taught him, other than the obvious trembling, the biggest drawback was probably the hunger after every use of the power. Su Lu, who had been in a tense state when he ran out of Area H1, did not feel this. Now that he had truly relaxed, he suddenly understood that the words hungry intestines were indeed very thin and dry. It was like a thin soup without much water, and when written, it would take one's life. The image on the screen returned to the forum of the school's intranet. A post that was marked read by the administrator entered Su Li's line of sight. He stared blankly at the idea of a girl who was obviously asking Prince Black Ji to be her dance partner for the Double Moon Festival dance party with a love-struck tone. The key point was that the girl had attached a picture. Thus, the post was filled with curses, mainly from the girl. As for Su Lu, who was in a state of absolute hunger, he hurriedly turned off the light screen, clutched his stomach, and ran out of his bedroom. When he thought of that girl's face, it was as if he was suddenly full. In the busiest business district of Linhai, there was a quiet street. Bustle and quietness were not contradictory. The so-called quietness in the bustle was a kind of style, while the quietness in the bustle represented a kind of nobility that exuded the smell of money ink. On this quiet street that was about 200 meters long, the most famous luxury stores in the Federation were gathered. The decorations were elegant, but they had a noble aura. There weren't many customers, but each of them had a reserved look on their faces, fully displaying the attitude of keeping the poor at 1,000 miles away. It was just past noon. Customers of high status or wealthy families wouldn't choose to shop in the snow. However, the uniformed ladies in the CU brand clothing store still maintained a standard smile. Their hands were clasped in front of their stomachs, and they politely looked at the air outside the store. It was as if a rich man would appear at any time. With a crisp sound, the small bronze bell at the door rang. The female service staff in the fitting uniform became spirited at the same time. Their smiles became more gentle, and they went forward to welcome the visitor. However, when they saw the young man who came in, their smiles could not help but stiffen, and they almost could not maintain the image of etiquette that had always been strictly observed. This was because the young man who came in with the light snow was wearing a student uniform that was commonly seen in the university town. In such cold weather, he was still wearing thin clothes, and his clothes were somewhat old. He really did not look like a rich man. In this world, there were many rich kids who liked to play tricks and pretend to be poor. These young ladies had seen many of them, but they also knew that those rich kids only liked to play. No one liked to deliberately make things difficult for their own bodies in this terrible weather. What made them even more sure that this young man did not have the slightest ability to buy was this young man walked into the store while looking at the price tags on the clothes with a shocked expression. The most unbelievable thing was that in his hand, he was holding 3 pieces of deep-fried dough cake that could only be bought at a small stall in the university town. The most unbearable thing for the GU store staff was that these 3 pieces of deep-fried dough cake had the same gap. Obviously, this young man was eating all 3 pieces of deep-fried dough cake at the same time, and swallowing so many in one gulp. Would such a poor person who was so hungry enter the famous GU clothing store to buy things? The expression of the manager on duty changed slightly, but she still smiled politely at the young man. Then, she signaled with her eyes for a female employee to come forward and serve him. Although she was very unwilling to let the smell of deep-fried dough cake on this poor young student ruin of the faint smell of incense in the GU store, no one could deprive the poor of their right to shop, and she could not do that either. She could only think of a way to ask this poor young student, who was probably here to avoid the snow, to leave quickly. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" A female employee asked softly. Sue Lu, who had been staring blankly at the price tags on the GU clothing, suddenly came back to his senses. He suddenly noticed that the delicate and pretty employee's eyes were inconspicuously sliding over the deep-fried dough cake in his hand. Only then did he realize that he was inappropriate. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I'm too hungry." The female employee forced a smile and did not reply, but her expression faintly revealed that she did not welcome him. Sue Lu could not help but sigh in his heart. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm here to get some clothes." "Get some clothes?" The female employee was slightly taken aback. She could not believe her ears. The GU store's custom-made clothes were extremely expensive. Was this poor young student sure that he had not come to the wrong place? She subconsciously repeated, "Are you sure?" These 3 words were said very impolitely. Even the good-tempered Sue Lu frowned slightly. The manager on duty also knew that her subordinate had made a mistake, so she hurried over to them in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. However, Sue Lu just shook his head and said, "Sure, Qinghai ordered 2 sets of clothes. Take them out and let me have a look." This was the first time he had walked into a place that truly belonged to the rich, especially when he thought about how these 2 sets of clothes would cost him tens of thousands of yuan. When Sue Lu thought about how he only had 300,000 yuan left in his card, he was a little dazed. Hearing the female employee's words, anyone would get angry, but Sue Lu did not want to care about it. After all, this was not Department 23's TV series. Did he really have to take out his gold card later and buy all the clothes in this clothing store to make these female employees' eyes turn red and feel defeated? Although it felt good to play the pig to eat the tiger, the problem was that he really did not have that much money, Sue Lu thought with a wry smile. Then he took the 2 sets of clothes and took out his bank card to pay for them. At this time, the manager on duty and the female employee had already apologized multiple times, and the rest of the female employees in the store had successfully gotten rid of the shock on their faces. They just felt that things were getting weirder and weirder in this world. "The fitting room is inside. Please follow me." The manager on duty did not take the bank card with a large limit and politely invited Sue Lu to follow her inside. She glanced discreetly at the 3 deep-fried dough cakes in his hand that had been bitten into crescents and said with a smile, "Can I wrap up your food for you first?" Looking at the energetic young man in front of the full-length mirror, Sue Lu was quite satisfied with the dark-colored suit. He carefully adjusted the position of the collar, tilted his head, and took a few more looks before the pain in his heart subsided slightly. This faintly glowing dark-colored suit fit him very well. Sue Lu did not know how the GU store had done it, but he could only admire Shi Qinghai's eyes as a special agent of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. He actually remembered his figure so clearly. The snow outside the window was gradually getting heavier. Sue Lu looked at it worriedly, wondering what kind of work Shi Qinghai was delayed by. He hoped that it would not be too troublesome. "It suits you very well." In order to make up for the lack of staff in the GU store, the female manager who had accompanied them all the way gave a very short and polite comment. It made people feel happy just hearing it. "I still need to wait for a friend to try on the suit." Sue Lu retracted his gaze from outside the window and said to the female manager. The female manager smiled warmly and pointed to a quiet area in the corner of the store. "Please wait there for a moment. We have prepared some pastries and coffee for you. You are welcome to try them." Sue Lu smiled, and his mood improved. He walked over there. Of course, he would not object to free food. After all, he was very hungry at this time. The female manager accompanied him in that direction. She was also in a good mood. She did not expect this young man to have such a good temper. He did not take advantage of the impolite mistake made by the staff in the store earlier. What made her mood even better was that although it was snowing lightly in Linhai and the weather was bad, several groups of customers had already appeared in the store just after noon. It seemed that today's performance was not bad. As the manager of the GU store, she obviously knew that tonight was Li Hua University's Double Moon Festival dance party. However, the rich kids among the students had already ordered their outfits. She didn't know why the guests who suddenly appeared today were in such a hurry. It has nothing to do with me, whether I'm in a hurry or not. I hope you can do it for me. A cold and proud voice rang out in the GU store. It was a group of young men and women who were choosing their suits. The one who spoke was a young man, about 20 years old. His companions were lucky enough to have chosen their suits. He was the only one who had not chosen a suitable ready-made suit. If the GU store wanted to order a suit, it would take a long time in advance. Everyone knew this. However, time was indeed tight, so he was a little anxious. The manager went up to him and explained a little, but she could not get the other party's understanding. She could not help but sigh in her heart. When this group of customers entered the store, she already knew that they were all people whose names were on the GU VIP list. She could not understand why these big shots, who usually only appeared in the special capital district or the largest city in S1, would appear in Linhai at the same time. Su Lu was sitting on the sofa, eating pastries, drinking coffee, and enjoying the warm spring air. He was leisurely waiting for Shi Qinghai. He did not notice the trouble on the other side because it had nothing to do with him. However, he did not expect that trouble would find him in the next moment. "My friend, your figure seems to be very similar to mine. I really like the suit you're wearing. I have an urgent need for it tonight. Take it off. I'll pay 10 times the price." Su Lu raised his head in shock and saw the young man looking down at him. It was Su Li's wish to help others, but he would never stoop so low, especially when this person seemed to speak calmly, but in reality there was a sense of righteousness and order in his bones. Thus, Su Lu lowered his head and treated this man as heir. "You're very rude. We're talking to you, but you don't even look at us." Another proud girl, who was dressed like a princess, frowned and spoke. She looked at Su Lu, who was eating and drinking nonstop on the sofa, with disgust. Su Lu frowned. He was just thinking that life wasn't a TV series, so why was he always encountering such inexplicable things? He raised his head and looked at the proud girl, who was not ugly, even beautiful, and said seriously, "Miss, your figure is very similar to my girlfriend's. She should like your suit very much. Also, we have an urgent need for it. Take it off. I'll pay twice the price." That man was willing to pay 10 times the price, but Su Lu was only willing to pay twice the price. The same words were stabbed back. This showed that a calm and gentle young man could occasionally be quite lethal when he was mean. Hearing this, the group of young men and women were stunned at the same time. They did not expect that someone would use such a calm and mocking tone to reply to them. The beautiful proud girl was so angry that her eyes were cold. Su Lu looked at her and the man beside her gently and said, "I know this is a very rude request, so I take it back." His meaning was very clear. What you did was impolite. You can take it back, or you can only become air in your eyes. "You're going to the Double Moon Festival Ball tonight." That man coldly looked at Su Lu on the sofa and said, "We're going too. Maybe we'll meet again. But I'll repeat myself. You're really not willing to take off your suit in exchange for 10 times the price and my forgiveness for your previous disrespect." Su Lu did not expect that these people would be so impolite. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He thought of the Zhou siblings he met at the entrance of the nightclub. He thought that these so-called people born with a golden key in their mouths were probably so impolite. They were also going to the Double Moon Festival Ball tonight. It was just a routine ball in a university. These people who were obviously not students of Yue University wanted to join in the fun. You're rich, I'm poor. Sulu looked at him and shook his head. You might not see me at the ball. As for disrespect, I forgive your previous disrespect to me. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became even weirder. The group of young and rich men and women quietly looked at Su Lu on the sofa as if they were looking at a monster. Su Lu was still drinking his coffee, with his head lowered. In his heart, he was cursing Shi Qinghai for picking such a place. Why did he have to enter a non-human clothing store and meet a bunch of non-humans? Chapter 98. It was snowing outside the window, and the atmosphere in the bar was very cold. It was just past noon, so there weren't many customers. Shi Qinghai held a cigarette between his thin lips like he was sucking on a lollipop. He stared at the flickering red light on the end of the cigarette. He was bored to death. His beautiful peach blossom eyes moved closer to his nose because of his concentration, which made him look a little funny. The wooden door of the bar was pushed open, and the cold air rushed in. Shi Qinghai put out the cigarette and pulled out the seat beside him. He looked at the white hair on the man's temples and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Alcohol, the director of Linhai's HDD bureau, said directly after he sat down. Shi Qinghai frowned. He knew this person very well. He used to be a teacher, but he later became a leader and a superior. He knew that this person had always been cautious and didn't like to drink, but he didn't ask anything. He snapped his fingers and asked the people in the bar to bring him a glass of hard liquor. The Tai family seems to have already contacted Representative Pabre. The director almost choked on the hard liquor. He coughed and said softly, "If Pabre can get the support of the Tai family, his chances of winning in next year's presidential election will increase by a few points." The Tai family has always been very low-key, so low-key that most people in the Federation have forgotten about their existence. Shi Qinghai admitted that before this intelligence gathering, he didn't pay much attention to this former royal family that had been glorious for countless generations. He raised his glass and took a sip. Even if they used to have the entire Federation, it's been more than 60 constitutional years. How much hidden power can they still have? How can they influence the presidential election? Don't underestimate the existence of the 7 great families. This has been proven in the history of the Federation. Although the Tai family is the most secretive of the 7 great families, if our guess is correct, they should also be the most powerful family among the 7 great families. The director lowered his head and said with a slightly worried voice, "They may not be able to make someone directly elected president, but they can easily make someone's opponent lose. Destruction is always easier than construction. I understand that." Shi Qinghai's eyes were calm. However, although I have always despised politicians, I have to admit that Pabre from Donglin is an anomaly among politicians. If the moral standards and practical spirit he has shown all these years are just a disguise, then I can only say that Pabre played the role of a saint very well. You know what I mean? Shi Qinghai continued, "If Pabre becomes the president of the Federation, it will be the best choice for the organization. At least if we want to negotiate, we won't have to worry that the Federation government will be as fickle as before." The bureau chief waved his hand and said, "Morality doesn't mean everything." Pabre, in his election platform and political practice over the years, has always been very careful not to reveal his attitude towards the 4 states surrounding S2. As for the relationship between the Federation government and us, no one knows what kind of thoughts he has. If he chooses to take a strong offensive attitude towards the organization under the influence of the Hawks in the Department of National Defense in the future. Shi Qinghai noticed that the bureau chief's eyebrows were full of worry. The bureau chief sighed and said, "Right now, the 4 states surrounding S2 seem to be enveloped by the joy of the end of the Civil War and the arrival of peace. Senator Medellin has always adhered to the principle of nonviolence. In order to maintain the unity of the comrades, the organization is unable to fully prepare for war. If Padre chooses to use force to suppress the 4 states after he is elected president, I am very worried that our comrades will be utterly defeated. The current president is a cowardly and incompetent person, but Padre is different." The bureau chief said worriedly, "A president who came out of a family of miners must have set extremely high ideals at a very young age. This kind of person is very determined and will definitely not allow the existence of anti-government armed forces within the Federation, especially within the capital ring. But these are all pre-existing worries." Shi Qinghai glanced at the bureau chief and said, "Today, you took the risk of meeting me under the pretext of a teacher-student reunion. I don't think that's all you want to say." The bureau chief shook his head and looked at the snowflakes outside the window. Suddenly, he said softly, "I just feel that something is going to happen recently, so I came to see you. If there is any problem in the future, I will delete your file immediately. Other than me, he is the only one in the organization who knows that Lin Hai's old eagle is you. You know, he never cares about specific matters. Even if you want to leave, the organization will not find out. At that time, you will be truly free." This sentence was extremely inauspicious. As the 2 most successful anti-government spies within the Federation, Shi Qinghai and the bureau chief had already mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of death at any time. However, when they suddenly heard this sentence, Shi Qinghai could not help but frown. He looked at his teacher quietly and said slowly, "Freedom is indeed something I like very much, but I don't want to use your death as a condition." He patted his teacher's shoulder and said softly, "These past few years have been very tiring for me. I have been constantly sending back information to the 4 states around the mountains, but I also have to watch that old bastard Macklin continuously throw flirtatious glances at the Federation. I feel very uncomfortable. But teacher, you should know that the reason I am able to persevere until today is because I agree with the organization's philosophy. This world does indeed need to change, but the organization will never use assassinations and terrorist attacks that may affect civilians as a way of fighting. I only hope that this philosophy can be persevered." Shi Qinghai leaned back on the leather sofa and lit a cigarette. He slowly said in the midst of the smoke, "If one day the organization violates this principle, then I can only leave the organization, even if it may lead to me being killed." "What are you trying to say?" The bureau chief frowned and looked at his proud disciple. "Is it about the Double Moon Festival Ball? What did you discover?" "I just don't understand why the organization is so concerned about the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. I can understand why Macklin sent that little girl who doesn't know anything." Shi Qinghai flicked the ash from his cigarette and said calmly, "The 7 major families are the biggest vested interests of the Federation. I don't think the Tai family is likely to cooperate with us. If that's the case, what's the point of spending so much to obtain this information? You think the organization will use this Double Moon Festival Ball to assassinate the Crown Prince?" The bureau chief asked seriously. "Yes. Other than this, I can't think of any other possibilities. The organization rarely assassinates public figures of the Federation because it will greatly damage the organization's image." The bureau chief looked at Shi Qinghai sternly and said, "Not to mention, the Double Moon Festival Ball will be held in the university town. There will be too many innocent citizens. Your speculation is disrespectful to the organization's principle. I don't trust anyone except you." Shi Qinghai didn't give up his speculation under his teacher's stern gaze. "And if the organization really does assassinate the successor of the Tai family, you and I will be completely unaware. I can only say that we will be the ones who will be abandoned in the future. You can't convince me, because the organization's assassination of the successor of the Tai family is not beneficial to our business at all. Cleaning up the sins of the 7 major families in history is the organization's principle." Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes slightly. "And just as you said earlier, the Tai family has already contacted Councilman Pabre. You also analyzed that Councilman Pabre might be leaning towards the Eagle faction. If that's the case, why didn't the organization choose to eliminate Councilman Pabre's greatest support before he becomes the president? The Tai family only has one successor for 7 generations." Shi Qinghai continued his analysis calmly. "If we say that this family is the most terrifying existence in the Federation, then from a certain perspective, it is actually the weakest existence. As long as this successor dies, this family will definitely fall apart due to the lack of a successor." The bureau chief was silent for a long time. He suddenly wanted to meet his student, Shi Qinghai, because he had some suspicions about the recent movements of the organization. Whether it was Councilman Medellin or those important figures in the Federation, it was necessary for them to get close to the Tai family and show goodwill to the successor of the Tai family. Only the anti-government forces that had resisted the Federation for decades had no reason to care about the whereabouts of the successor of the Tai family, unless the higher-ups of the organization really had some ideas. After a long silence, the bureau chief slowly opened his mouth and said, "But have you thought about it? In the Federation's capital, Xinglinhai, assassinating the successor of the Tai family is basically an impossible mission. Even if there are some radicals in the organization, I don't think there are too many idiots. I believe in this. Even I spent a few months to confirm the successor's exact location. This is enough to show the opponent's strength and cautiousness." Shi Qinghai shrugged and said, "I just hope that you will be more careful during this period of time and pay more attention to the people and information coming from the other side. What are you going to do?" The bureau chief slowly drank the remaining amber liquid in the cup and asked with a slightly red face, "Tonight is the Double Moon Festival Ball. I will personally go and watch. No matter who the organization sends to carry out this plan, I will make sure that he fails." Shi Qinghai's tone was very calm. "You are going against the organization. I hope that this kind of unpleasant thing won't happen. But if the organization really does this behind our backs, without trust, there will only be shameless use and silencing afterwards. I am no longer a member of the organization." The bureau chief sighed and looked at this young official, who was usually very lazy, but was now as cold as a knife. He said, "Maybe we are thinking too much. Maybe tonight's ball is just a vanity show for the rich kids. Maybe the higher-ups of the organization really just want to change their way of thinking and try to get in touch with the real power in the Federation in order to seek a more peaceful future." Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He raised his cup and said, "If that is the case, then that is for the best. The last intelligence report said that the Tai family's coming-of-age ceremony has a very strange rule. If they just want to get in touch with the successor, we don't have as many female students as Senator Macklin. Although I am still a man after all, am I not?" The bureau chief laughed and said, "We would never sell out women. That is so tasteless." After a while, he calmed down and said with a smile, The latest order from the higher-ups of the organization is to use all means to get in touch with the successor. Damn it, you just said that now. Shi Qinghai was stunned for a moment, and then cursed, looks like tonight's ball won't be a problem. Just be careful. The bureau chief patted him on the shoulder. Then I will go first. I have a meeting with a friend. It has been delayed for too long. Shi Qinghai walked in the direction of the GU store on the quiet streets of Linhai. He hadn't walked far when he frowned. He lowered his head and glanced at his wristwatch. He pushed open the top cover and saw a line of words appear on the hidden display below. Don't worry about the ball, because he is here. The address is... Shi Qinghai was stunned. The only person who could contact him in this way was his teacher, who had just broken up with him. The old guy who was the bureau chief of HDD. Obviously, the old guy had just received this information and was very happy or excited when he forwarded it to him. That was why he spoke so casually. Shi Qinghai looked at the line of words in astonishment. Looking at the word him in the second sentence, he suddenly felt that things in the world were incomparably absurd. Earlier, when he was talking with his teacher, he was still talking about him. And now he was here. But why did he come to Linhai? How dare he come? If he really came, it seemed that the organization's attitude toward the Double Moon Festival Ball was really biased toward peace. The organization would never let him take such a risk. Shi Qinghai forgot to brush the snowflakes off his long eyelashes. He looked at the words on his watch in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he thought about how he was about to meet that big shot. Every spy had their own code name to facilitate one-way communication. Shi Qinghai's code name was Eagle, and his teacher's code name was Liquor. Shi Qinghai also knew some of his colleagues who had unfortunately been arrested by the Federation, such as Swallow and Crow, who had been sacrificed. In human history, there were countless spies who were famous because of their code names. However, in this constitutional era, the most powerful spies were almost all from the anti-government forces in the 4 states surrounding the mountains. This was because, at the top of the anti-government forces' spy system, there was a person with the code name him. He was the second in command of the anti-government forces, and the closest comrade of the anti-government forces leader. In the eyes of Shi Qinghai and the others, he was an amazing professional. The Federation had never obtained enough information about such a high-level leader. The anti-government forces had been resisting in the 4 states of S2 for many years, but no one in the Federation knew what the second in command looked like. This alone proved how terrifying he was. In the thin snow and light wind, Shi Qinghai couldn't help but shiver. He was about to pick up that person and then attend the Double Moon Festival Ball. He came to Linhai to meet the young master of the Tai family. But what could the anti-government forces and the Tai family talk about? Shi Qinghai, who could still maintain a calm heart and a lazy smile on his face even when the seawall collapsed in front of him, couldn't help but feel a little shaken after receiving this information. In the past few years, he had obtained a lot of information about the Federation for the anti-government forces. He helped the people in the 4 states to not only survive the battle, but also helped the moderate faction in the anti-government forces to gain a lot of benefits in the local elections. It could be said that he was one of the most successful spies in the anti-government forces in recent years. But in the face of his direct superior's superior, in the face of that him who no one had ever seen, Shi Qinghai had no confidence at all. He had to ensure his absolute safety in Linhai and arrange for him to meet that young man at the Double Moon Festival Ball. The huge pressure made Shi Qinghai frown in an instant. This pressure made him only notice the abnormal situation and hear the specific details of the conflict when he walked into the GU store. With just a glance, Shi Qinghai guessed the purpose of the group of rich men and women. He narrowed his eyes and walked over directly. He said to Su Lu, who was still drinking coffee, "Let's go." Su Lu treated the group of rich men and women as if they were invisible, but he was also a little annoyed. When he saw that Shi Qinghai had finally come, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He stood up and asked, "Do you want me to accompany you to try on the clothes?" "No need." Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and glanced at those people. His eyes naturally revealed a trace of indifference. "Manager, how many pairs of shoes do you have in the store?" "I want all of them." The group of proud rich men and women had been in a conflict with Su Lu. When they saw that fellow's companions had come, they were ready to be the first to flip out. However, they didn't expect that Shi Qinghai would flip out before them. The items in the GU store were very expensive. If they wanted to buy all the shoes in the store, how much would it cost? All of the noble people present had the financial ability to do so, but no one would do such a thing as a nouveau riche. The man who had wanted Su Lu to take off his gown looked at Shi Qinghai mockingly and said, "Please continue with your performance." Shi Qinghai ignored him and pulled the beautiful female manager to pay the bill. The female manager had seen strange people who liked to flaunt their wealth, but she still felt that it was a little strange to ask for all the shoes to be packed. Su Lu followed behind him, dumbfounded. He asked, "Where did you get so much money? Don't you have a bank card?" Shi Qinghai said. Su Lu smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "I still have more than 100,000 yuan. A pair of shoes here costs a few thousand yuan. How can it be enough to buy all of them?" Shi Qinghai smiled warmly and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you don't know the limit of your card, right? You can overdraft it, and the limit is very high." Su Lu took out the 3 Linlin Alliance Bank card that the uncle had given him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt very distressed when he saw that the card had been swiped successfully. At this moment, all the shoes in the GU store belonged to him alone. The female manager's performance today was really amazing. She looked at Su Lu with a smile, returned the card with both hands, and said, "We look forward to your next visit." Shi Qinghai told the other party to send all the shoes to a certain address tomorrow afternoon. Then he patted Su Lu on the shoulder and proudly walked out of the store under the watchful eyes of the GU store staff. When they walked past the group of rich men, the man sneered and said, "So there are indeed a lot of idiots in Linhai? How could they do such a tasteless thing, like burning money?" "Idiot? Who are you talking about?" This time, Shi Qinghai didn't remain silent. He turned around with a smile and looked at the man. "I just want to know, if a bunch of idiots bought goose gowns but can't even get a pair of goose shoes, what kind of happy scene would it be when they attend the ball?" The crowd was stunned for a moment before they became angry. Only now did they realize that this guy in a wrinkled suit was actually so sinister. In the Empire, it was said that the places that ordered the gowns would never make shoes. Also, mixing and matching was a style that was highly praised. However, in the Federation, this was absolutely impossible. "It's getting late." Shi Qinghai looked at his watch and said sincerely, "I hope you guys can get everything ready before the ball. There are many stores on this street. Do you think I'll buy all of their shoes?" Walking in the wind and snow, Su Lu couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the rich men's expressions. He didn't know anything about the etiquette of the upper class, but he could guess that Shi Qinghai's move would definitely make the other party suffer. The next moment, the smile on his face turned into helplessness and distress. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said, "So much money. How can I pay it back?" "Idiot, the goods will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Cancel this deal in the morning." Shi Qinghai didn't even look at him and said disdainfully, I say, you're too honest. You don't even know how to talk back when you're being bullied by that group of people. You don't even know how to use these little tricks. How can you pretend to be something in society? Su Lu rubbed the back of his head. He wanted to say that he had already said a few harsh words, but he just smiled and said, I'm used to using my hands, not my mouth. Shi Qinghai was stunned. Thinking of the fight between Su Lu and the Special Forces soldier in the nightclub, he couldn't help but laugh loudly on the quiet and luxurious famous street in Linhai. I still have something to do. At a corner of the street, Shi Qinghai stopped and looked at Su Lu with a smile. I may have something to do at the ball tonight. You can play by yourself. Maybe you can get that Zhang Xiaoming back. The life of a spy was always stressful. When he knew that he was coming, Shi Qinghai was used to being frivolous. He wanted to vent Su Li's anger and relieve his pressure. But since he was here, Shi Qinghai knew that he couldn't accompany Su Lu tonight. Su Lu saw a touch of heaviness in his smile. Thinking of the voice on the phone, he frowned and asked, Are you in trouble? Big trouble. Shi Qinghai smiled bitterly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Let's go. After Su Lu left, Shi Qinghai went to deal with his own big trouble. Next to the fountain in the middle of an extremely lively food plaza, he took a sausage and gnawed on it. While waiting for the arrival of the most mysterious intelligence chief, he cursed in his heart that the synthetic meat was not delicious. Should he ask his teacher to get some wild animals from HDD Bureau for a sumptuous meal? At this moment, a person walked up to him and asked, Is it good? Shi Qinghai turned around and saw a very wretched middle-aged man staring at the sausage in his hand with shining eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously handed the sausage over. Chapter 99. The wretched middle-aged man seemed to be very hungry. He swallowed the sausage in one gulp and sighed. Damn, the stowaway spaceship doesn't provide airline meals. How shameless. Young man, where did you go just now? I'm starving to death. Shi Qinghai gasped and said, I went shopping with a friend. That little doorman called Sulo? The middle-aged man's mouth was still stuffed with sausage, so his words were a bit unclear. Okay, take me to eat first. Shi Qinghai smiled bitterly and led the middle-aged man to the restaurant on the third floor. He didn't need to check the secret code at all. The only person who could find him in a crowd know that he had a friend called Su Lu and be so wretched and ordinary that no one would want to take a second look at him. It could only be him. In the quiet restaurant, Shi Qinghai stared at the middle-aged man across the table. He had already gotten rid of the shock. Yes, he would never have thought that the second in command of the anti-government forces, the one who gave the FBI and the Special Task Force so much headaches that they could not wait to devour his flesh and chew on his bones, was actually such a person. In the spy business, especially for high-level spies, the more ordinary the better. However, Shi Qinghai always felt that this man was a bit ugly. Shi Qinghai was a proud person. After getting rid of the shock, the first thing he said to his boss was not respectful. Do you know how many people in the Federation want you dead? Not many, only 4 people. The middle-aged man lowered his head and ate the noodles. He said vaguely, the president, the minister of defense, the director of the Special Task Force, the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau. HDD only cares about wild rabbits. If the Bureau of Proclamation cared about me, I would have been dead long ago. Shi Qinghai frowned slightly. After the mysterious aura of the person in front of him disappeared, it was hard for him to get used to it. At this time, he was actually in the mood to joke. It was really hard for him to bear. He couldn't help but say, Do you know that if a person of your status suddenly appears in Linhai, I'm the one most likely to be killed? You're ranked second." After the middle-aged man finished his noodles, he raised his head with a smile and said, "If you're afraid of death, you'll come. If you're not afraid of death, I'll come with sincerity. Since I've entered this line of work, I can't be afraid of death. Old Eagle, you've done well these past few years. I believe that your arrangements will ensure my safety." Hearing the familiar yet strange code name of Old Eagle, Shi Qinghai's beautiful eyebrows furrowed even more. "I didn't prepare at all. How can I bring you into the dance to meet the Crown Prince?" He looked at this A-rank wanted criminal of the Federation and felt that there was something familiar about that distorted face of his. He stared at the space between the other's brows and the corners of his eyes, saying, "Even if you change your appearance right now, it's still too dangerous." Having his disguise seen through by Shi Qinghai, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and didn't care at all. He knew that the young comrade in front of him had his own pride. After a moment of silence, he said, "I believe that you've already prepared in such a short time." Shi Qinghai sighed helplessly and handed over an invitation card. Like a magic trick, he took out a bag from his side and handed it over. "This is the invitation card and the clothes. The problem is, the field office has always kept a close watch on us employees. If you appear beside me like this and want to follow me into the dance, it'll be hard for others not to be suspicious. How do I introduce you to others?" "You have a second uncle called Shurda." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "From this moment onwards, I am Shurda. He just finished an investigation on your planet in outer space and came back to find you. He'll also go to the dance while he's at it." Shi Qinghai had almost forgotten what his uncle looked like. He asked, "Where's the real Shurda?" "He's still carrying out engineering experiments on your planet. If the information from the kids below is correct, he should be on his way to S3. Coincidentally, we can control that spaceship." Shi Qinghai wasn't surprised by the man's meticulous arrangements. If the intelligence chief of the anti-government army made such a mistake, he wouldn't have been able to survive so many years under the pursuit of the Federation. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can bring you in, but whether or not you can see the Crown Prince is not up to me. You should know from the return receipt that, until now, Yua University has protected him very well. Other than the principal, no one has come close to him, not even the Zhou family." "Young man, sometimes when you're in contact with certain people, you don't have to beat around the bush. Perhaps the most direct method is also the most effective method." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I'm not a spy like you. I only think about things more directly." Shi Qinghai stared at him blankly. He thought to himself, the most successful spy chief in the 37th Constitution of Human Society actually said that he wasn't a spy. If he hadn't heard it from this legendary figure himself, he would definitely have thought that this was a very bad joke. If you want to meet the heir of the Tai family, you can only use your real identity. After this is over, my identity will definitely be exposed. What does the organization plan to do with me? When it came to the most crucial part, Shi Qinghai asked directly, "I don't want to face the wrath of the entire Federation Investigation Department. The people in the mountains have never had a channel to meet the people with real power in the Federation. After all, we are not people who can appear in public like Mr. Macklin," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Now, this is an opportunity, and it's worth the risk. If the negotiation with the other party goes well, they will definitely use their family's power in the Federation to help us hide everything. If the negotiation doesn't go well, I don't think it will be possible for me to go back alive. If that's the case, it might not be a bad choice for you to accompany me to meet George Macklin." Shi Qinghai's expression changed. He didn't expect this leader of the anti-government army to say something like this. However, he immediately sensed something else from the man's words, especially when he referred to Mr. Macklin as Mr. Macklin. Mr. Macklin was the title of the internal organization of the anti-government army. He frowned and asked, "The people in the mountains can't hold on much longer?" The middle-aged man still maintained his smile, but there was a sense of vicissitudes and sorrow in his smile. The elections in the 4 states surrounding the mountains were successful. Mr. Macklin received a lot of support. The people who insisted on having their own armed forces, including me, are all feeling a little lonely. The federal military is still preparing for the attack. If the situation continues to develop like this, I don't know how long the people in the mountains can hold on. Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He was very worried about the safety of his companions in the mountains, but he was more curious about what benefits the organization was trying to get by taking such a huge risk to send him to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of the successor of the Tai family. After a while, he gave up the urge to ask about the inside story and said seriously, "Thank you for telling me the truth. I believe in your loyalty to your beliefs. Beliefs don't mean loyalty. I just don't like this federation." Shi Qinghai said with a smile, "Actually, I've always been very curious about how I should address you other than that too simple code name." "You can call me a mountain person," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Su Lu didn't know that tonight's Double Moon Festival Ball had become a stage for the people with high positions in the Federation to show themselves. It had even gradually evolved into a competition between the 2 anti-government forces. He also didn't know that the center of this whirlpool was the young man named Tai Ziyuan. How could he have known that his friend was actually a big shot who could influence the entire Federation? The ball was held in a quiet building in Yue University. The green trees around the building were covered with a layer of frost. Under the illumination of the lights, they looked as beautiful as a jade palace. Su Lu was waiting for Shi Qinghai at the entrance, bored to death. He looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds in the sky had long disappeared. Countless stars surrounded the 2 round moons that were gradually approaching. The scenery was so empty that it made people even more worried. Zhang Xiaoming will appear at the ball with that congressman's son, right? Su Lu looked at the 2 round moons in the sky and thought with narrowed eyes. His heart was filled with an indescribable emptiness. If Shi Qinghai wasn't coming, perhaps he would have preferred to stay in the H1 area and continue the seemingly never-ending Level 6 training. Of course, after what happened in the general gymnasium today, Su Lu wasn't sure if he would have a chance to enter the H1 area again. Someone patted his shoulder. He turned around and was very happy to see Shi Qinghai's face. At the same time, he also noticed that under the other's casual expression, there was a hidden heaviness, and beside him was a middle-aged man. Shi Qinghai didn't want to meet Su Lu tonight, but for some reason, the bold anti-government army leader beside him pointed out Su Li's direction and said he wanted to come over and say hello. "I'm Qinghai's uncle. You're Su Lu, right? I often hear him mention you in his letters." The middle-aged man chuckled and said to Su Lu, "You can also call me uncle." Su Lu was startled. He thought that he had never heard Mr. Shi mention him before, but he still obediently called him uncle. He didn't notice that Shi Qinghai's face was unusually expressive. At this time, Su Li's eyes suddenly became calm because he saw a line of expensive cars slowly driving to the main road in front of the building. The heavy car doors opened one by one, and a line of well-dressed men and women walked over in a reserved manner. The daughter of the Zhou family, who was wearing a red evening gown, walked at the front. The men and women he saw in the GU store in the afternoon were walking side by side with her. They seemed to be of high status as well. Trouble seemed to be coming. Shi Qinghai whispered a few words to the middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man just smiled and shook his head. Sulu didn't notice any of this. He was staring at the woman in the middle of the group, Zhang Xiaoming, who was wearing a light blue silk dress, and walking towards him like an elf. Chapter 100. This double moon festival ball at Yue University, because of the existence of a certain descendant of an aristocratic family, had an extremely important symbolic meaning. No one knew that the coming-of-age ceremony for the former successor of the royal family had already been arranged by a fellow named Sulu. Those politicians and famous businessmen who had obtained the inside information through various channels had all sent their own descendants to participate in the ball in hopes of forming a relationship with the crown prince of the Tai family. If their daughters could be chosen by Tai Ziyuan to become his life partner in the future, that would be an incomparably fortunate matter. Of course, the people of the 7 great families, those truly important figures, would definitely not lower themselves to take the initiative to express their goodwill or intentions of forming a marriage alliance. At most, they would come to observe the ceremony. At this time, whether or not those low-key second-generation members of the 7 great families would be present at the ball, no one would know. At this time, the group of people who had gotten off the expensive car and were slowly walking towards the entrance with an imposing manner, although they were not from the 7 great families. Their family backgrounds were extremely profound. In the eyes of the ordinary citizens of the Federation, they were naturally from a privileged class. Walking at the front of the group, Zoe was wearing a red, strapless evening gown today. Her bare shoulders perfectly displayed a bit of sexiness, but the ingenious design of the gown covered most of the spring scenery in front of her chest, making her appear even more delicate. Compared to the cold indifference at the entrance of the nightclub that day, this Zhou family's eldest daughter's face was filled with calmness. She looked more like a young girl who had just entered puberty and not an arrogant and proud daughter of the heavens. Zhou Yu immediately recognized the 2 young men on the stairs, especially the beautiful hooligan with a repulsive smile and wearing a black Jiu suit. Her eyes immediately became cold and fiery. The coldness was due to her mood, and the fiery heat was due to her anger. She had never been hit by anyone in her life. Ever since she met the crown prince, even her parents and brothers were incomparably polite to her. Other than this small official from the Federation Investigation Bureau called Shi Qinghai, who would dare to slap her. She led her companions up the stairs and suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face. However, she knew that these people around her were from families with high positions in the Federation. Since they had suddenly come to Linhai to participate in Li Hua University's Double Moon Festival dance, they must have some ulterior motives. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family did not want these people to know that she had been humiliated in Linhai, so she decided to forcefully suppress the anger in her heart. She looked straight ahead and pretended that she did not know the 2 people on the stairs. The rich men and women walked up the stairs, but the 3 people on the stairs didn't seem to have any intention of letting them through. Su Li's eyes were fixated on Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing next to the congressman's son, and he had forgotten to step aside. The middle-aged man beside him, on the other hand, was looking at this scene with a smile on his face, as if he didn't know whether to step aside or not. Shi Qinghai, on the other hand, had a lot on his mind. He had been planning his escape after the ball ended, so he didn't have the mood to care about these little kids. The 3 people on the stairs didn't give way, and the 2 parties were about to collide. To Zhou Yu's surprise, although she didn't have any intention of causing trouble, the expressions of the rich men and women around her changed. These people recognized the 2 young people blocking their way. They were the 2 people who had severely humiliated them in the Jiu store this afternoon. A well-educated dog would never rudely block a person's way. The man who had contemptuously asked Su Lu to give up his clothes in the GU store this afternoon looked coldly at the three people on the stairs and said this in a mocking tone. Su Lu didn't even have eyes for him. He only stared at Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing in the group opposite him, and said with some difficulty, "You're here?" At this time, the middle-aged man and Shi Qinghai whispered something to each other. It was as if the three people on the stairs didn't see the arrogant man at all. The response to the provocation was disregard, and it was the most humiliating type of disregard. The faces of the man and his companions turned even uglier. Hearing Su Li's words, the son of Lin Hai's councilman, Hai Qingzhou, smiled and lowered his head to look at Zhang Xiaoming with concern. Zhang Xiaoming had already seen the familiar figure on the stairs and subconsciously lowered her head. Her long eyelashes rested on her fair face as she said softly, "Yes, you're here too?" Hearing Zhang Xiaoming's reply, Hai Qingzhou's expression changed slightly. The group of men and women also noticed that there seemed to be some problems between the three of them. A moment later, the man found out about the gossip about Yue University from the people around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He moved closer to Su Li's ear and said, "So you're just a poor student with good luck? Seeing this scene, does your heart hurt? Where did the arrogance from this afternoon go?" "Oh, right. Miss Zhang isn't someone you can get close to. Wake up, but in the future. If I have the chance to get close to her, I'll definitely tell you what I learned. I haven't played with a girl who came back from the 4 states." The man's voice was very soft, so other than Su Lu and Shi Qinghai beside him, no one heard what he said. When Su Lu saw Zhang Xiaoming walk in with the councilman's son, his mood had already hit rock bottom. When he heard this, he finally reacted and slowly took a step back, as if to avoid the man's bad breath. He looked at the man from the capital and said seriously, "Do you want to fight?" The man laughed out loud, as if he found it amusing to hear such a low-level threat at such an important event. He shook his head and laughed. "I'm not a rude student like you. I won't do things like fighting, but if there's a chance, I'll let you have a taste of being beaten." When he said the last sentence, the expression on his face had become extremely cold. He had already made up his mind that after the ball was over, he would definitely let his bodyguard teach this young student who dared to not give him face the most profound lesson. He thought his words were very appropriate and dignified. However, Su Lu didn't pay attention to what he said at all. He raised his fist and punched the man's face. With a muffled sound, 2 streams of blood spurted out from the man's nostrils, and one of his front teeth flew out. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight," Su Lu repeated, and threw another punch, directly smashing that young master to the ground. When he swung his fist, the stuffiness in his chest dissipated a lot. He was too lazy to care about what kind of trouble he would get into afterwards. Just like what he had said to Shi Qinghai in the afternoon, when faced with other people's unreasonable ridicule and vicious words, this orphan from the Donglin district was only used to using his hands, not his mouth. Under the green trees and bright lights, the entrance to the ball was in an uproar. Countless students and teachers who were attending the ball cast their eyes on the scene. Those who were at the center of the incident couldn't hide the shock on their faces. They only saw young Master Sun go up and say something to the student who blocked his way, and then that student punched young Master Sun to the ground. Was that student crazy? How dare he hit someone in front of so many people? However, what made these rich kids disappointed was that Su Lu didn't seem to be crazy at all. He just calmly punched the man, and this calmness made them feel even more confused. In the afternoon, the beautiful girl in the GU store screamed and supported the man who was rolling down the stone steps. She pointed at Su Li's nose and scolded him in a sharp voice. "Do you know who we are? How dare you hit my brother?" the son and daughter of Sun Ching-tsuen, a member of the Energy Source Committee of the Federation Management Committee, would never have thought that there would be someone who dared to hit them like a sandbag after leaving the capital and coming to Linhai. After hearing the girl's words, Su Lu frowned. He thought to himself, "Of course I don't know who you are. I only know that your brother is asking for a beating. Security, where's the security?" Of course, it wasn't convenient to bring bodyguards into the ball today. The group of rich kids looked angrily at Su Lu on the steps and shouted loudly. At this time, Shi Qinghai had finished whispering with the middle-aged man. He walked in front of Su Lu and welcomed the anger of those people. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed and said, "This world is really interesting. My brother asked you if you wanted to fight. Since you want to fight, then it's normal for you to be hit." He withdrew his smile, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his calm voice. "Of course I don't know who you are. I think you want to tell me who your parents are, but we never care about this kind of thing. I just think it's funny that you want to ask about family background when you want to fight. You're not kids anymore. Are you going to cry and go home to find your parents when you're hurt?" Shi Qinghai didn't know what had just happened, but he knew that Su Lu, who looked calm at this time, was in a very bad mood. As a friend, he didn't need to be reasonable. He had to stand in front. Of course, because there was that horrible uncle of his at the ball today. He didn't want to stand out, but his uncle gave him an order. He stared at Zhou Yu, who was in front of the crowd, and thought that it was this unruly woman who had caused the current situation. He said calmly, "Miss Zhou, haven't you had enough of those slaps last time? Do you want Director Zhou to drag you back to the capital again before you're satisfied?" Zhou Yu wanted to keep a low profile today because she thought that tonight would be the most important day of her life. But she didn't expect that the rogue official on the steps would say in front of everyone that she felt the most humiliated thing. Her face suddenly became extremely cold. She stared at Shi Qinghai and said, "Shi Qinghai, there's a ball tonight. I don't want you to die now." The people at the entrance of the ball were shocked by the scene of a student beating up the Federation representative's son, but they were immediately attracted by this conversation. They listened in disbelief. Only now did they know that the young miss of the Zhou family had also suffered at the hands of these two young people. These years, the Zhou family siblings were extremely arrogant in that circle. Who could make her suffer? Everyone looked at Su Lu and Shi Qinghai in a different light. They kept guessing who was behind them. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said to her companions, "Today is my home ground. Give me some face." Someone helped the young master of the Sun family, whose face was covered in blood, up. The young master of the Sun family used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his nose. He looked at Su Lu gloomily, thinking that after the ball was over, he would make this young man beg for death. Zhou Yu noticed Su Li's gaze and wanted to warn him, but after thinking about it for a moment, she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked deeply at Su Lu. Because of this poor student, the Crown Prince had crippled Hook and banned Zhou Yu from entering Linhai province. Even she was a little afraid of such a person. Chapter 101. You did a good job today. I suddenly find myself appreciating you. Shi Qinghai looked at Zhou Yu's red evening gown with a smile. However, those two gentle, affectionate, and pure gazes made Zhou Yu feel as if he was naked and extremely uncomfortable. For some reason, Shi Qinghai, who had a wanted criminal of the anti-government army with him, should have kept a low profile, but at this time, he was so arrogant. But you still have to take care of the dogs around you. Of course, Xiaoming is not included. This group of young men and women were not good people. especially after the young master of the Sun family suffered a big loss. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Su Lu to be disabled for life. Their eyes were full of disdain, coldness, and pity. It was only because of Zhou Yu's suppression that they did not immediately settle the score and maintained a little demeanor. At this time, when they heard Shi Qinghai's aggressive and unrestrained words, they almost couldn't bear it anymore. Only dogs understand the etiquette of well-educated dogs. Shi Qinghai looked at these people and said with a smile, "In fact, sometimes I really don't understand you second generations. You can't beat others in scolding or fighting. Besides being born into a good family, what's the use of you in this life? Don't try to threaten me with that kind of look. What Zhou Yu can't do you think you can do? Don't forget that the Federation is a society ruled by law. It is a place that is reasonable. If you really annoy me, I'll let the Federation TV station expose your virtues. I'm sure your family will be very disappointed." Shi Qinghai, that's enough. Hearing this rogue official mention her brother again, Zhou Yu's tender face darkened. She coldly scolded, "If you think you haven't vented your anger, you can make a scene at the ball later. Don't block the door and make a fool of yourself." "It's you who are making a fool of yourself. I'm not worried about anything." Shi Qinghai looked at her with a gentle smile, but pulled Su Li's arm to the side to make room for him. "I'll invite you to dance at the ball later. I hope you won't refuse." Zhou Yu's expression changed for a moment. No one knew what she was thinking. She said a few words to her companions. The group of people walked past Su Lu and Shi Qinghai with different expressions, but they didn't use their eyes or actions to provoke them. Speaking of which, the combination of Su Lu and Shi Qinghai was indeed very effective in dealing with these rich second generations. The gatekeeper had a calm personality, but when things came to a head, he would take action without hesitation. Mr. Shi also had a mouth that could make people vomit blood. The so-called well-versed in both pen and sword referred to this pair. The ball had not yet started, but soft music was already coming from the building. Su Lu withdrew his gaze from the light blue gown and looked up at the sky. Shi Qinghai patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Even if it's a foregone conclusion, there's no need to pretend to be lonely in front of me. It's too mushy." Su Lu smiled bitterly. He had beaten up that person and thought that there would be a fierce conflict. He didn't expect that the other party would force himself to swallow his anger. He shook his head and said, "I found that there's something wrong with my personality. I used to think that I was a very tolerant person, but after coming to Li Hua, I found that there are many things that I can't tolerate. Everyone has a bottom line. If the son of Sun Village didn't touch your bottom line with your honest personality, how could you explode?" Shi Qinghai smiled and said, "After the ball is over, be careful." But his family is different from the Zhou family. They don't have any military background. They don't have a gun. With your skills, you can beat up their bodyguards to vent your anger. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been silently watching the young man's farce with a smile suddenly looked up at the sky. After a while, he sighed and said, "Look at the two moons in the sky. They really look like a pair of beautiful breasts." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai raised their heads in astonishment, only to see two bright, full moons gradually approaching each other in the dark blue night sky, overshadowing the radiance of the stars in the sky. The two bright moons were perfectly round and pure white, and if one really thought about it, it was indeed somewhat similar to that part. During the day, it was still snowing, but at night, it was a good time to admire the moon. It was said that for this ball, Li Hua University used extremely powerful connections and mobilized the climate interference team of the federal military to create such a beautiful blue night. With such beautiful scenery in the sky, It seemed that it didn't matter if they spent a little more money. Shi Qinghai looked up at the moon and smacked his lips for a while. As a playboy, he couldn't help but feel that this uncle next to him was a confidant. Thinking of this, the alienation and reverence he had for this person in his heart lessened a lot. Only then did he realize that those gorilla guys in the mountains were not as boring as St. George. Su shook his head and thought, this uncle next to me is indeed the uncle of the rogue, Mr. Shi. He has a lot of knowledge. He can even think of the beautiful scenery of the 2 moons in the sky as erotic. For a moment, he also classified this uncle as a pervert, but he would never have thought that the person next to him was a terrifying person in the official files of the Federation. Accompanied by the melodious melody of Damon's violin, Lihua University's Double Moon Festival Ball officially began. It hadn't reached the stage of dancing yet. The male students, who had faint excitement and a sense of novelty on their faces, were wearing formal clothes that were rarely seen. They held glasses of wine and gathered in groups of 5 or 6 like adults, chatting about something. Su Lu and the other 2 walked into the venue without attracting any attention. They chose a quiet and secluded place. I really don't know why I came. Su Lu lowered his eyes slightly and took a sip of the champagne in his glass. He thought to himself, the principal really spent a lot of money for this ball. I really wish you didn't come today. Shi Qinghai suddenly said very seriously. Then he solemnly handed his uncle over to Su Lu to manage. He elegantly held his champagne glass and walked to another quiet and conspicuous place in the party. Su Lu was slightly surprised. He raised his head and noticed that Shi Qinghai was walking in the direction where Zhou Yu, Zhang Xiaoming, and the other rich kids were gathered. He couldn't help but worry and said, "He's going to cause trouble again? I didn't realize he was such a hot-blooded person. Oh, maybe it's because he has his eyes on a girl." The uncle beside him chuckled and said, "Lihua University's Double Moon Festival Ball has a tradition. The boys will use the first dance as a sign of love. But before the invitation, the boys have to make some arrangements beforehand to ensure that they won't be rejected later. You're a student of Lihua University, right? Don't you know about this tradition?" Su Lu watched as Shi Qinghai walked in front of Zhou Yu, who was wearing a red evening gown. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming, who was wearing a blue evening gown beside Zhou Yu, who looked like an orchid. He replied with a slightly bitter voice, "I know about this tradition. I thought I would have a dance partner today, but my dance partner suddenly didn't want me. You have to learn from Qinghai's shamelessness in this aspect." Uncle Shi looked over with a smile. On the other side, Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu seemed to be trying to convince each other in a low and murderous voice. Su Lu looked over in confusion, wondering if Mr. Shi really had his eyes on that venomous woman. He had to admit that Zhou Yu was a very beautiful woman. However, after the incident at the nightclub, in Su Li's eyes, those seductive curves and eyes became illusions. Then Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu left the ball under the surprised gazes of the rich kids. No one knew where they went. Su Lu shook his head, and his gaze fell on the sky-blue evening gown again. The middle-aged man beside him noticed his gaze and suddenly said, "You like her?" Su Lu was silent for a moment before saying, "Yes." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Trust me, her dance partner tonight should be you." At this moment, the band suddenly became louder, covering their conversation. As the music stopped, the principal of Yue University, dressed in a solemn suit, appeared in front of the microphone on the second floor. With a smile on his face, he looked at the dense crowd of young students downstairs and felt gratified. He said, "Welcome, everyone," when the principal was giving a speech. Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu returned to the ball at the same time. Su Lu looked at Shi Qinghai next to him and noticed that there was a bloodstain on his lips. He immediately associated it with something unsightly that happened in the back garden. He sighed in surprise and said, "It turns out that the courage of a pervert can really cover the sky. But why did she go out with you?" Shi Qinghai cursed a few words in a low voice and quickly glanced over there. He noticed that Zhou was wiping her lips with a handkerchief with a sorrowful look. It was not something to be proud of to let a girl who dreamed of becoming a princess tonight be utterly defeated in front of a sex scandal file. Although Shi Qinghai was a playboy, he was used to having tender feelings for girls. Looking at the desolation in Zhou eyes, he could not help but frown. The disgust he had for this proud and cold young lady faded a little. He also did not understand. Even if the crown prince did not choose Zhou as his dance partner tonight, how would it help the organization's mission? Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the uncle next to him with disgust. As the second most important person in the anti-government army, he actually paid attention to a girl's privacy. Although he had to admit that this guy had a terrifying intelligence network, he still could not accept this kind of purposeful way of doing things. No one listened carefully to the principal's speech. All the young students who did not know the inside story of the ball were excitedly waiting for the moment when the dance music started. They wanted to enjoy their youth and love to their heart's content. Perhaps there were a lot of lucky people at the ball tonight, but there were also a lot of losers. But they had tried hard to reach out to their love, which was enough for them to remember for a long time in the future. The potting dance finally started, and it flowed through the ballroom like water. Although there were already quite a lot of people, the ballroom still seemed relatively empty. The beautiful melody soothed people's lonely hearts and urged them to dance to the music. Su Lu had been looking at Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing beside the son of the senator in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man next to him suddenly said, "I just said that her dance partner tonight must be you." Su Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, but that's impossible. If you take me to the second floor later." The middle-aged man smiled. "Sincerely, God will definitely satisfy your wish." Chapter 102. Second Floor. Only now did Su Lu notice that compared to the bustling dance floor below, the second floor was exceptionally quiet. There were a few men wearing dark-colored waiter uniforms on the walkway, and they were vigilantly watching the people approaching. Puzzled, he glanced up and found that other than the principal of Yue University, no one else from the university had appeared, including those highly respected professors. Could it be that there was an important person on the second floor who needed the principal's company? He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and said with a smile, "One look, and I can tell that there must be some distinguished guest of the university upstairs. Even the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. And those youngsters know the rules and didn't go up, so how can I? But if I can go up later, I'll bring you along." This had nothing to do with being willing to help others. Su Lu purely thought that he was joking. He was only a gatekeeper and auditing student of Yue University. It was already good enough that he could attend the ball today. Although he didn't want to attend, he just wanted to see her. But when this joke fell into the middle-aged man's ears, a light flashed through his ugly triangular eyes. He chuckled and patted Su Li's shoulder without saying anything else. At this time, the ball had become lively. Those thick-skinned upperclassmen pretended to be mature and courteous as they sent out invitations to the female students who were wearing all kinds of gowns. Spurred on by this, the people who were originally a little embarrassed began to move towards the goddesses in their hearts. Fortunately, the gender difference in Area S1 was the opposite of Donglin area, and there was indeed a lot of porridge. In a short time, Many couples had succeeded. The young people dancing to the music had happy smiles on their faces, while the girls' faces were somewhat shy. No matter how they looked, at least at this moment, they were the most beautiful. Out of Sue Lee's expectations, there was actually a girl who was brave enough to take the initiative to invite him to dance. He never thought that he, who had an ordinary appearance, would be able to receive the attention of a girl. Shocked, he somewhat hurriedly rejected, not daring to look at the girl's disappointed expression. He had actually underestimated his reputation in Ua University. He was the student that Professor Zhou admired the most in the mechanical engineering class, and he, who had set a few records in the laboratory building, had long since gained a secret admirer after the story of guarding the beauty in the plum garden. To avoid the awkwardness, Su Lu subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. Coincidentally, he saw Zhang Xiaoming's action of avoiding his gaze. His heart trembled slightly, and he knew that she was looking at him just now. He took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Xiaoming for a long time. He watched as Zhang Xiaoming gently rejected the invitations of many boys. She also did not step onto the dance floor, with Hai Qingzhou, the son of the councilman, beside her. His mood improved slightly. "He is looking at you." Hai Qingzhou looked at the students who were happily hugging each other on the spacious dance floor and said softly to the girl beside him. Zhang Xiaoming looked straight ahead with a faint smile on her lips. She replied, "I know, but what does this have to do with me?" Hai Qingzhou smiled and said, "But you were also peeking at him just now. It seems that your relationship with him is not like what you said, a relationship between a pursuer and a rejecter." Zhang Xiaoming's eyelashes fluttered. After a moment of silence, she said, "It's all in the past. You're really not going to dance with me? You know that I like you more and more now." In order to hide his sadness, Hai Qingzhou lightly shrugged his shoulders. "Although I know that if you are going to dance with me, it might be because of some other reason. I'm very sorry." Zhang Xiaoming said apologetically, "I made it very clear to you last time that I cannot accept your good intentions." Her expression became somewhat lonely. She glanced at the dance floor and said, "I was very stupid in the past. I have already hurt one person. I don't want to hurt a second person." Hai Qingzhou knew that she was looking at Su Lo. His smile was somewhat awkward. He bitterly smiled and said, "It's a pity that I don't even have the qualifications to be hurt by you." It had to be said that this was a very gentlemanly sentence. It was easy for young people with good family backgrounds to show their gentlemanly demeanor in their own social circle. For example, the children of rich families around the two of them, including the young master of the Sun family, who had just finished his treatment, were all very polite as they watched everything on the dance floor. They did not reveal the slightest bit of arrogance. The circle that these young people were in was very different from the lively dance party. It was because they were too quiet. Moreover, from their clothes and temperament, it was obvious that they were not ordinary students from Ua University. None of them went down to dance. Naturally, the students would not come forward to invite the princess-like girls. If they did not know Zhang Xiaoming and knew that she was a student of Ua University, otherwise, they would not have had the courage to invite her. There was only one exception. Mr. Shi, who was wearing a goose suit, smiled again. He ignored the group's murderous gazes and came in front of them. He elegantly bowed to Zhou Yu and said softly, "Can you dance with me?" Zhou Yu's expression was unusually cold. She looked at the extremely beautiful and extremely hateful young man in front of her. She knew that the other party was threatening her with the secret. After a moment of silence, she stealthily led Shi Qinghai 2 steps to a quiet place to avoid the ears of her companions. She then said in an extremely low voice, "What do you want to do?" Shi Qinghai slightly lowered his eyes, as if he did not know how to open his mouth. He slowly said, "It's the humble request from before. Please dance with me." "How can you be so shameless?" Zhou Yu's eyes were as cold as knives. Together with her fiery red dress, she had a terrifying beauty. "Because of what happened that day, you want to take revenge? You should know what the first dance of the Double Moon Festival Ball represents. Do you think that I will be threatened by you and ruin the life that I have desired for more than 10 years? Shi Qinghai slightly frowned as he looked at the beauty in front of him. He slowly said, "Maybe the future that you have desired for so long is not what you really want. Otherwise, why would you get drunk that night a year ago and then casually give up your virginity?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of people around Zhang Xiaoming. He felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. A few songs had already passed, but the well-dressed men and women still did not dance. If they were not here to dance, why would they come to Yue University? He keenly observed that those people seemed to be waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, he remembered the conversation he had with Shi Qinghai in the bar that night. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhang Xiaoming worriedly. At this moment, there was the sound of a slap. Su Lu was shocked to see that in the far corner, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family had angrily splashed the champagne in her glass onto Shi Qinghai's face. At the same time, she gave him a hard slap on the face. He did not know what had happened. As he was about to go over to take a look, he was pulled back by the middle-aged man beside him. Although the music in the ball was soft, the countless sweet nothings added together made it a bit noisy. Other than that group of people, and Su Lu who had been staring over there, not many people noticed this small episode. Shi Qinghai's wet hair draped weakly on his forehead. He silently walked back, stared at his uncle, and then stood beside Su Lu. He sighed and said, "A flower with thorns is indeed wonderful." After Zhou Yu, who liked to wear red, rejected Shi Qinghai's threat, she walked back to her friends. However, her fingers holding the empty wine glass were slightly trembling, and her face was slightly pale. The middle-aged man standing behind Su Lu and Shi Qinghai suddenly smiled and said, "Qinghai, you can change your name to Lianhua in the future." At this moment, the Double Moon Festival Ball suddenly became quiet. The strings of the cello were gently plucked, making a buzzing sound, reminding everyone present that someone was about to speak. The lights gradually dimmed, and a double round silver-white beam of light shot up to the second floor, just like the two moons that could be seen through the transparent dome. In the beam of light, the unknown principal, with a head of silver hair, stood in front of the microphone. He looked at everyone warmly and said, "Now, please allow me to introduce to everyone a beautiful part of Yue University's history." Applause sounded. Yue University's Double Moon Festival Ball. Who knows how many beautiful love stories have been created? Principal Tsong smiled as he looked at the children downstairs. When he thought of the story from 20 years ago, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He was very grateful that the Tai family was willing to wait until the ball started to pick a dance partner. At least this way, he didn't have to worry about harming those innocent girls who already had a romantic partner. However, he didn't consider that if that person really wanted to pick a girl who already had a dance partner, it was actually just another way to complete the ancestral love trial. Among these love stories, the meeting between Taiji, the successor of the Xiu Foundation, who was studying at our school 20 years ago, and his wife, who was by his side for the rest of his life, was the most touching. Principal Tsong smiled and continued to say, "I'm very happy that the fruit of Mr. Taiji and his wife's love is also studying at our school today. Moreover, he will complete his coming-of-age ceremony at this ball today. He will invite a lucky lady to be his dance partner. Of course, if my female student chooses to reject him, as the principal, I will only feel proud." The principal chuckled. The Shioshu Foundation was the largest private fund in the Federation, although not many people knew the real name of the owner of this fund. Who didn't know about this fund? When the principal announced the identity of today's mysterious guest, there was a sudden burst of excited discussion in the ball. The girls in the ball immediately imagined that the male student with the surname Tai, who hadn't shown up yet, was a prince riding a white horse. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The spacious ball was completely dark. Only the two full moons in the sky that were about to touch each other spilled silver light through the transparent dome. There were also two beams of moonlight that left the principal's seat on the second floor and started to slowly move. Everyone knew that the girl that was enveloped by the two beams of moonlight when they finally stopped was the dance partner that the mysterious guest had chosen today. The beams of moonlight gradually moved. No matter if the girls were beautiful or ugly, no matter if they had a dance partner or not, they all became nervous. Even if they weren't greedy people, but in this fairy tale-like scene, how could they suppress the desire in their hearts? Chapter 103. A bright and sorrowful violin tune slowly began to play, and when the tune ended, the movement of the two beams of light would stop. When the principal had said that the mysterious guest's surname was Tai, Sulu could not believe his ears. His lips parted slightly in shock, and he immediately guessed the true identity of the person on the second floor. Tai Ziyuan, this poor rich kid, who had never even eaten a deep-fried dough cake before, was the main character of today's Double Moon Festival dance party. Sulu took in a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Last night, he had wanted to ask Tai Ziyuan if he wanted to attend the dance party with him today. Who would have thought that the other had already arrived, and was even preparing to pick his dance partner like a monarch looking down from above? The beautiful twin moons spilled clear light over the night sky, and the beams of light in the room moved slowly. As long as the beams shone on the girls, they would find it hard to suppress the nervousness on their faces. Right then, the principal's dampening voice rang out once again, mixing in with the beautiful violin tune. With a smile, he pointed out the true identity of the Black Mecha, who had brought glory to Pear Blossom University this morning. Sulu listened, somewhat confused. He thought to himself, it was clearly him in the Mecha, so how did it become Tai Ziyuan? However, he also knew that in this school, the only people who could enter District H1 were probably himself and Tai Ziyuan. If the other was willing to help him hide the truth, he would of course be very happy. This news once again caused a commotion on the dark dance floor. Those girls who had still been somewhat reserved, deliberately avoiding the beams of light, now showed expressions of joy. A young male student with an astounding family background and a legendary character who could make an ace pilot of an entire academy return in defeat. How could they not be moved? The beams of light continued to move slowly. Those naive female students were filled with excitement and longing, praying that the beams of light would land on them. Meanwhile, those who knew Tai Ziyuan's true identity were abnormally excited. The only one who was not interested in this matter was probably Sulu, although he was very surprised that Tai Ziyuan's family was more terrifying than he had imagined. What did this have to do with him? In his eyes, the scene in front of him was like an emperor choosing a concubine. In his opinion, this was a great disrespect to women. Even he was a little dissatisfied with the weak, rich man who ate supper and went to the brothel with him. The scene was extremely quiet as countless pairs of eyes followed the two beams of light. The male students looked at this scene with envy and slight displeasure, while the female students looked at this scene with reservedness and longing. With the moonlight shining down, it wasn't completely dark. They could faintly see that in the most empty corner of the building, those rich kids who came from afar had tacitly divided into rows, with the girls standing in the front row. Right in the middle was Zoyu, dressed in a red dress. However, the light was dim, so it was impossible to see whether her expression at this moment was calm or something else. She closed her eyes, slightly calmed her breathing, and waited for that moment to come. Many years ago, after she met Tai Ziyuan, her parents, brothers, and the people around her seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally made her feel that in this life she could only be together with that young man who she had not seen for the past 2 years. However, at this moment that concerned her happiness in life, a detestable and roguish, beautiful face suddenly appeared in her tightly shut eyes. The owner of that beautiful face had an incomparably evil heart, and her heart twitched slightly. Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing beside Zoyu, was wearing a little blue dress that was originally not very eye-catching. However, in this gradually darkening environment, the material of the dress began to glow faintly. It was very eye-catching, like a pure little elf that had suddenly appeared in the forest, who knew how many gazes she had attracted. She lowered her head slightly, and her fists that were naturally hanging by her side subconsciously clenched tightly. She was very nervous. Yes, she had someone she liked. She didn't know what that mysterious crown prince was, but she had to help Senator Macklin build a relationship with him, even if it meant sacrificing her own love and life. According to the recent reports, the federal military's hawkish faction had begun to speed up the pace of their preparations for war, and the senators' lobbying in the capital had not been very effective. For the sake of those amiable and respectable companions and people in the 4 mountainous states, she had to do something. She clenched her fists tightly, controlling her impulse to turn around and leave, or to look for Sulu in the dark. She didn't know why Senator Macklin trusted her so much. No matter how she looked at it, that crown prince on the 2nd floor shouldn't have chosen her, right? Zhang Xiaoming comforted herself in her heart. Beside them, the girls who had come from afar were also very nervous. Under the sweeping lights, they displayed their slight shyness as they waited. They knew a lot more than the normal girls present, and they knew that the young man on the 2nd floor with the surname C wasn't just the successor of the Xioshu Foundation. Although the Xioshu Foundation was indeed one of the top private foundations in the Federation, in the face of the Tai family's wealth and power, perhaps it was just a smokescreen that could be casually discarded. In a room shaded by greenery on the 2nd floor, Tai Ziyuan, who was holding a cup of coffee, watched the girls' reactions through the holographic screen with a bored expression. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's already the 37th constitutional calendar, and the Federation still has this kind of concubine selection activity. It's really shameful." He didn't have the self-awareness of being the person involved at all, and he expressed his emotions at the scene before him. Beside him, Butler Jean said disapprovingly, "This is a family tradition, and young master should know that there has never been anything involuntary during a coming-of-age ceremony." Tai Ziyuan smiled. When he thought about how the principal had used the words "the product of love" to introduce him, he felt a little strange. He saw Zoyu's face on the holographic screen, and his heart sank slightly. He asked, "Yuzi seems to be in a bad mood today. Did she find out something?" "No." Tai Ziyuan nodded. He was just expressing concern for his friends out of habit. Since Butler Jean said that there was no problem, then there naturally wasn't a problem. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a girl wearing a blue dress. In the darkness, standing beside the red-clothed Zoyu, the blue dress was so pure that it instantly made his eyes relax, and he began to feel pity for the girl. Delicate and moving, Tai Ziyuan stared blankly at the girl. After a long silence, he said softly, "It seems that this girl didn't want to come at all, but now she's standing stubbornly by Yuzi's side, this kind of proud and stubborn temperament. I keep feeling that it's somewhat familiar." I like it very much. Butler Jean calmly reminded him. Zhang Xiaoming returned from S2 a year ago and once did voluntary clerical work in Senator Macklin's office. Although the Federation Investigation Bureau has already determined that she is a returnee and no longer monitoring her, I don't think she's a suitable candidate. You're wrong. If I like a girl, even if she's from the Empire, I won't mind. Tai Ziyuan coughed softly. He looked at the girl in blue on the holographic screen. Although she appeared calm, her tightly clenched hands had already revealed her nervousness and resistance. A trace of gentleness and complexity flashed across his eyes. He said softly, "It's a pity that I met her a little too late." The violin song was coming to an end. Although Su Lu didn't have any musical knowledge, he could still hear the music. He looked at the movement of the beam of light somewhat indifferently. At this time, the beam of light had already politely swept around the hall. It came to the front of the group of rich girls, and the expressions of those girls became even more nervous. Only Zhou Yu and Zhang Xiaoming remained calm. Zhou Yu believed that no one in the hall could compete with her because Lady Tai liked her very much. Zhang Xiaoming's feelings were so complicated that she forgot to be nervous. Everyone watched the movement of the beam of light nervously. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly felt his heart beat faster. Thump, 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 thump. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. He had a feeling that Zhang Xiaoming had come to this ball just to wait for this moment, and that those two beams of light were going to fall on her. With his heart beating like a drum, Su Lu finally understood that his heart couldn't let go of this blue and pink girl who wore devil horns, asterisk, 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 and was sometimes like ice and sometimes like fire. He couldn't accept her being someone else's dance partner at the ball. Just as the violin song was about to end, Su Lu suddenly walked out from the corner and strode in Zhang Xiaoming's direction. However, after taking only 3 steps, Su Li's face was illuminated by a strong beam of light. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes and cursed in his heart. He was very worried that Zhang Xiaoming, that muddle-headed woman, would really become the dance partner of that sickly Meng Zhiyuan for something that he didn't know about. After a moment, his vision immediately returned to normal. He narrowed his eyes and looked around, but he realized that he could only see darkness. He could only hear extremely shocked cries. This was because he was currently enveloped by the beam of light. Su Lu looked around in a daze. He lowered his head and glanced at the expensive Jiu gown he was wearing. It was shining like the moon under the silver light. For a moment, he didn't know where he was or what had happened. However, the surrounding exclamations and discussions had already exploded like an explosion, mixed with occasional exclamations of disbelief. Yes, no one would have thought that at the end of such a fairy tale-like scene, the object that the beam of light shrouded was actually a boy. After being shocked, the crowd was in an uproar. Those rich ladies who originally thought that they had high hopes couldn't believe their eyes. A counselor's daughter even fainted from sadness. The lady from the Sun family covered her mouth and looked at the perplexed male student in the middle of the field enveloped by the beam of light. She stuttered, "Could it be that the crown prince is gay?" Chapter 104. The Federation did not discriminate against homosexuals. In fact, there were already some states in the S3 region that had begun to push for homosexual marriage laws. If the Federation's oldest and most mysterious Tai clan, which had only been passed down for 7 generations, suddenly had a successor with homosexual tendencies, the Federation's president and the other big clans would be so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few nights. However, Other than people like Miss Sun, who were so shocked that their thoughts were in a mess, no one would think that the heir of the Tai family was really a homosexual. All the shocked and puzzled gazes were cast on Su Lu under the light beam. The exclamations could not be calmed down for a long time. The more people who knew the truth of the ball, the more incredulous they felt, especially the group of men and women who had come from afar to attend the ball. They could not accept this fact at all. They subconsciously thought that there must be a problem with the lighting control of the central computer. However, the light beam did not move. Su Li's ordinary face was bathed in the silver light, adding a bit of charm to it. Even his puzzled frown looked very attractive. So Yu quietly stared straight at Su Lu in the center of the field. She thought that she was the only one present who knew that Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu knew each other. However, looking at this scene, she knew that although her brother Crown Prince could not be a homosexual, in his eyes, today's ball that she had been preparing for and looking forward to for a long time was just a farce. How could he be so ridiculous? Her brother Crown Prince did not know how to choose a dance partner. Perhaps he already had one. Even if he wanted to choose, he would not choose her. Zhou Yu's eyes were emotionless. She sadly raised her head and looked in the direction of the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. Her hand that was tightly holding the empty champagne glass trembled. Endless disappointment and exhaustion flooded her heart. The bright red dress on her body was like blood, making her heart palpitate. She felt like she was a big joke. Her fingers suddenly lost strength. The empty champagne glass fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces, never to be put back together again. At the back of the crowd, Shi Qinghai frowned. He retracted his gaze from the champagne glass and looked at Su Lu, who was standing in the middle of the field. He couldn't figure out what had happened. Previously, when Su Lu had rushed out, he had been prepared to watch a good show. He wanted to see how his brother would snatch the crown prince's beloved from him. But who would have thought that the strange and mysterious crown prince would actually play such a trick? Could it be that Su Lu knew the crown prince before? Shi Qinghai's frown deepened as a trace of doubt flashed through his clear eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the uncle next to him, wanting to get some information from the intelligence leader. However, he was surprised to find that the man's face did not show the slightest surprise at all. He just looked at Su Lu gently under the light, as if he had already guessed all of this. "What do you know?" Shi Qinghai lowered his voice and asked coldly, "Did you know that Su Lu and the crown prince knew each other, so you wanted to get to know Su Lu through me?" The second leader of the anti-government army smiled, slightly, and said softly, "The intelligence only said that Su Lu and the crown prince had once gone to war together. I thought that they should have a good relationship, but I didn't expect the crown prince to be so playful as to push your friend out." Shi Qinghai's delicate eyebrows trembled. He suddenly thought of the phone call that Su Lu had given him a few days ago. Could it be that Su Lu had gone to war together with the heir of the Tai family that morning because he was heartbroken? Thinking of this, Shi Qinghai was shocked. The person who was even more shocked than Mr. Shi was, without a doubt, Zhang Xiaoming, who was sitting opposite Su Lu. She covered her mouth tightly and looked at Su Lu, who was bathed in the silver light not far in front of her. She immediately guessed why Su Lu had run to the center of the field just now, but she couldn't understand why the light had enveloped Su Lu. Su Lu didn't understand either, but he knew that the person on the second floor was Tai Ziyuan, so he knew that the light that had lit him up in front of everyone was definitely that guy's doing. He turned his head and was about to find Tai Ziyuan behind the railing on the second floor so that he could quickly turn off the damn light beam. Growing up, Su Lu was not used to being the center of attention. Furthermore, he was carrying a huge secret on his back. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he did not have wings on his back. How could he float in such a pillar of light? The moment he turned his head, there was another round of exclamations from around the field. He was shocked to find that the dazzling light beam above his head had left him and was floating towards Zhang Xiaoming, who was not far from him. The situation suddenly changed. Looking at the light beam moving, the exclamations rose again. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the light beam moving towards her in disbelief. She subconsciously took a step back with her right foot, wanting to avoid it, but stopped at the last moment. Under the silver light beam, the girl in blue, who was as pure as the sky, instantly occupied everyone's eyes. Su Lu was anxious. He turned around and shouted towards the second floor, "Tai Ziyuan, this is mine!" There were already too many surprises at Li Hua University's Double Moon Festival dance party today. However, in the dreamlike scene under the beam of light, this young male student declared his ownership of a certain girl in front of everyone in a loud and resonant voice, and even a little vulgar. It still surprised everyone, especially when some people remembered that he seemed to have directly criticized the name of the heir of the Xioshu Foundation. Tai Ziyuan, who was in front of the screen on the second floor, almost laughed when he heard this loud sentence. However, he restrained his smile and felt a little uncomfortable. He whispered to himself, "Of course I know it's yours." A calm voice that could silence the listeners rang out in the dance party. This voice sounded very normal, but it seemed to have a trace of magic. In an instant, all the exclamations and discussions in the hall were suppressed, leaving the hall silent. That was Tai Ziyuan's gentle and polite voice. After he expressed his apology, he explained softly, "Now standing in the middle of the dance party, standing under the silver light of the two moons, is a friend of mine, and the girl he loves." There have been many beautiful stories at the Double Moon Festival dance party, including those of my parents. I hope that at my coming-of-age ceremony, there will also be a beautiful story that will be passed down for many years to come. Please give them a round of applause and blessings. At this point in the story, the people at the dance party thought that they finally understood what had happened. After a moment of silence, warm applause rang out. A small portion of the applause was to praise the generosity of the successor of the Xioshu Foundation on the second floor. He had turned his coming-of-age ceremony into a scene of a friend's courtship. However, most of the applause was to bless the couple bathed in the silver moonlight. At this time, Su Lu noticed that the light beam above his head did not disappear. The light beam that moved towards Zhang Xiaoming was only one of the two lights. At this time, it was late at night. The applause rang out, and the clear light from the transparent dome spilled down. In the dim dance party, only the two lights fell on top of his and Zhang Xiaoming's heads. It was very eye-catching. Zhang Xiaoming put down the hand that was on her lips in shock. She watched in disbelief as Su Lu, shrouded in the light, walked step by step toward her. In the eyes of the bystanders, following Su Li's footsteps, the light beam above his head moved as well. It gradually merged with the girl in the blue dress under the moonlight. Just like the two moons in the night sky that were gradually merging into one, it was such a beautiful scene. The applause became louder, and there were a few mischievous whistles in between. Su Lu finally walked in front of Zhang Xiaoming. He looked at the cute little blue dress on the girl's shoulders and fell silent. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Yes, this beautiful scene at this time was like a dream. It was enough to intoxicate everyone. Su Lu was deeply grateful that Tai Ziyuan had actually arranged such an unexpected scene for him. However, he was a practical person. He always felt that dreams were just dreams, not real life. Zhang Xiaoming did not say anything. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at him with a trace of stubbornness. in the imagination of every young man and woman for the future and for love. This scene at tonight's dance party was definitely the most beautiful courtship scene. It was not that she had not fantasized about it, but seeing it become reality, her feelings were unusually complicated and strange. She did not know why this dance party suddenly turned out like this. Because of the silence of the male and female leads, the applause gradually subsided. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and said softly, "The person upstairs is called Tai Ziyuan." He did not expect her first sentence to be like this. Su Li's mood was a little down. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everything was just to get close to him." The two of them spoke very softly. No one could hear them. In the eyes of others, they would probably think that the two of them were whispering sweet words of love. Zhang Xiaoming slowly raised her head. The moonlight shone on her delicate cheeks, illuminating the slightest detail in her ears. Her delicate and pretty eyes blinked. She suppressed the trace of anger in her heart and asked softly, "Are you his friend? You knew that I wanted to get close to him, so you kept lying to me?" Su Lu frowned and replied, "You kept it from me? I don't know why you wanted to get close to him, and I don't want to know. I just want to know what those days, that night, meant to you." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes dimmed a little. She knew that Su Lu was telling the truth. She used to think that Su Lu was just a poor and honest student. She never thought that her goal of returning to the university would turn out to be his friend. How did the heir of the Tai family become friends with Su Lu? Her emotions were very complicated. After hearing this sentence, her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. It was extremely painful. "I'm sorry." Zhang Xiaoming took a deep breath. She felt that things in the world were too ridiculous. Just like the ice-cold daughter of the Zhou family not far behind her, she felt that this ball, especially herself, was a complete joke. Under the silver light of the two moons, the girl was very sad. For the person she believed in, for the person she was willing to sacrifice. She once gave up her love with great heartache, but at the end of the story, she realized that at that time, she did not need to give up anything. This kind of pain made her feel frustrated and helpless. Chapter 105. Not all stories have happy endings. Not every fairy tale ends with a prince and a princess living happily ever after. Today was the Double Moon Festival. Under the two beams of silver moonlight, the man and woman facing each other in silence were not a prince and a princess. Their story was a bit complicated. God had deliberately created obstacles called misunderstandings and coincidences. Most importantly, they were people walking on different paths in life. At this time, they had completely different ideals and goals in life. "I don't know how to dance." After a moment of silence, Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming's smooth shoulders that were exposed outside of her little dress and stared at the girl's cute collarbone. Suddenly, he thought of the words "locking autumn" and said, "I don't know your secret, but if you have an important and necessary purpose for approaching the source of danger, perhaps I can help you convey it." "I don't know how to dance either." Zhang Xiaoming's hands were slightly clenched by her waist. Her voice was a bit light. "And dancing with me will bring you trouble." Su Lu raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. He said calmly, "Just like what I said outside the teaching building that day, I always feel that you like me. If that's the case, why can't we be together?" "I have my own reasons." Zhang Xiaoming raised her face slightly. The faint unwillingness and stubbornness on her face were obvious. "I didn't expect things to develop like this. Right now, my heart is in a mess. At this time, if I say anything to you, if I ask anything of you, it will always make me feel like I'm using you, and I don't like this feeling." Su Lu didn't understand this sentence, but his heart naturally felt a bit heavy. After a moment, he said, "When you want to tell me your secret, please contact me. I'm always available." Zhang Xiaoming bowed slightly to him and said softly, "Maybe that day won't come. I'm sorry." "You've already said sorry too many times in the past few days." Su Li's eyes narrowed with some annoyance. He said, "I don't like to hear it." "Okay." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly puffed up her cheeks and laughed, looking very cute. She tilted her head and winked at him, saying, "Since none of you know how to dance, then I'll leave first." However, Su Lu could see the sadness in the girl's heart from her cute and clean appearance. His heart sank as he watched Zhang Xiaoming turn around and walk towards the exit of the ball. There was another uproar in the ballroom. Everyone's eyes followed Zhang Xiaoming's departure. The beam of light also followed Zhang Xiaoming's departure. Everyone thought that this would be another romantic story that would be remembered for many years in the history of Yue University's Double Moon Festival. However, no one expected that the female lead of the story would leave silently. Looking at the girl in blue, who was gradually moving away with the beam of light, the people who were watching this scene felt as if they were watching a stage play in the capital's Gothic theater. Naturally, there was an indescribable faint sadness in their hearts. Su Lu silently looked at Zhang Xiaoming's back. After a moment, he decisively turned around and left in the opposite direction. The beam of light above his head was still enveloping him, moving with his lonely back. If the previous beam of light was incomparably romantic, then the current beam of light was particularly glaring. Su Lu was a little depressed. He looked up at the beam of light above his head and suddenly said, "It's not like we're filming a tragedy. What's the point of creating an atmosphere?" There was something wrong with this sentence. There was a kind of anger hidden under the calm. The beam of light seemed to feel fear and instantly extinguished. The entire ballroom was plunged into darkness. Only the bright full moon that was tens of thousands of kilometers away shone down on them. The lights came back on, and the beautiful dance music started again. Yue University's Double Moon Festival dance continued. The waiters respectfully walked through the ballroom with wine glasses and food. However, the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was difficult to return to the lively and happy mood from before. Some people had already left. Zhang Xiaoming left alone. Zhou Yu left with a sad expression. Even the group of rich kids from the capital left the ballroom silently. In their eyes, the behavior of the Tai family's heir was an authentic farce. Of course, he had the right to do so. However, they were not in a good mood, especially when they thought about what happened after they came to Linhai. Before these people left, they coldly looked at Su Li's back. Life still had to go on, especially for the ordinary young people of the Federation. The highlight of the ballroom did not have a happy ending, but their love still had to ferment under the moonlight. Accompanied by the melodious dance music, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Many couples walked onto the dance floor and began to dance. Shi Qinghai, who had disappeared for a moment, returned to his original position. He calmly looked at Su Lu, who was walking towards him, and said in an extremely low voice, "The 12 special agents of the Special Task Force are outside the building. The ones inside the building should be the Tai family's own bodyguards." The middle-aged man beside him looked at Su Lu, who was getting closer and closer, and smiled slightly. This spy leader of the anti-government forces trusted Old Eagle's ability and was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he brought up another topic. "I suddenly thought of something. If Zhou Yu had succumbed to your threat, and if this hadn't happened so suddenly, would it have been Zhang Xiaoming who went up to the second floor?" I'm not used to evaluating the abilities of amateurs. Shi Qinghai looked straight ahead with a calm expression. No, I admire Comrade Medellin's arrangements. The middle-aged man smiled and said, the more amateurish you are, the easier it is to succeed. It's getting harder and harder for professionals like you to survive. Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and did not answer. He patted Su Li's shoulders as a gesture of consolation. The middle-aged man looked at Su Lu and smiled. At this moment, a waiter came in front of the three of them and very politely invited Su Lu. In the doorway of a room on the second floor, Su Lu looked at the middle-aged man beside him in surprise and asked, "Uncle, when did you come up?" The waiter maintained his calm and politeness. He was only sending out the invitation on behalf of the young master. As for how those ugly middle-aged men came up, that was something that needed to be filtered by the security department. It was not part of his job scope. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No one stopped me. Besides, didn't you just promise me that as long as you went up to the second floor, you would take me with you?" These words were obviously not true. The Double Moon Festival Ball seemed to be lax in security, but in reality, to go from the first floor to the second floor, who knew how many steps one had to go through? Although Su Lu was covering for them, this middle-aged man's ability was too frightening. At this moment, the door opened. Su Lu shrugged indifferently. Under the guidance of the waiter, he walked in with this strange uncle beside him. This was a very large suite. The floor was covered with a woolen carpet. The furnishings around were quite ancient. There was not much of a modern electronic style. A curtain, a lamp, they all looked very elegant. In the deepest part of the suite, on a huge sofa, sat a young man with a slightly pale complexion. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a teenager, because every time Su Lu saw him, he always felt that his body was very weak, and his figure was somewhat thin. "Thank you." Suddenly knowing the real identity of the teenager in front of him, although it was far from his real identity, Su Lu still felt like there was a door between him and Tai Ziyuan. He found it hard to get used to it. His voice was slightly dry as he said, "I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." Tai Ziyuan obviously guessed Su Li's reaction after seeing him. He smiled slightly, pointed to a chair beside him, and said, "Sit, don't be so reserved." It was very strange. This kind of tone was usually used by a superior to a subordinate, but when it was spoken by Tai Ziyuan, it sounded so natural. Su Lu frowned slightly. He was not used to it and also felt a little uncomfortable, but he still sat on a chair beside the sofa. The room was silent. The two of them did not seem to know what topic to talk about. After all, they used to talk most of the time through the communicator and that piece of paper. Even after they finally met, they did not have much time to talk like ordinary people. Su Lu did not know what the Xioshu Foundation was, nor did he know what the Tai family represented in the Federation. He did not know Tai Ziyuan's history, but he felt that the Tai Ziyuan on the sofa at this moment was not the same person as the Tai Ziyuan he usually knew at night. At night, Tai Ziyuan was an ordinary young man who was a little proud, a little cold, and a little bored. But at this moment, Tai Ziyuan was like a monster who was born with a certain kind of aura. In this silence, the only exception was the middle-aged man who followed Su Lu into the room. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and like a tourist, he stared at the small decorations in the room with interest. It seemed that he did not want to participate in this conversation at all. Butler Jean, who had been standing silently beside the sofa, stared at the middle-aged man with a complicated expression. He suddenly said, "Student Su, who is this?" Su Lu was stunned. He smiled embarrassedly and introduced the middle-aged man to Tai Ziyuan. "And Butler Jean, this is my friend's uncle. He asked me to take him to the second floor. I didn't know you were upstairs at that time, so I just casually agreed." I didn't expect that this old man would actually follow us up. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know. Tai Ziyuan glanced at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Would you like to sit down and have a chat?" "You guys chat first. You guys chat first. I'm not in a hurry." The second in command of the anti-government forces waved his hand with a smile, completely unaware that he was in danger. Strangely enough, after he said that, Tai Ziyuan really did not care about him anymore. He just let the middle-aged man wander around his room. He turned his head and looked at Su Lu with a gentle smile and said, "Let's get to know each other again. Su Lu, I'm Tai Ziyuan." The atmosphere in the room finally relaxed. Su Lu said with a smile, "Of course I know. I also guessed that your family must be rich, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. I've heard of the Cultivation Foundation, but I think you definitely don't know my real identity." Tai Ziyuan looked at him and said calmly, "The Cultivation Foundation is just something for ordinary people to see. My family and some other rich and idle families gathered together. The people of the Federation gave us a name, something called the Seven Great Families. I think you've heard of it before." Su Lu listened to this sentence in shock. He suddenly remembered that he had found the surname familiar a long time ago. He asked in disbelief, "Is it the Tai family whose ancestors were emperors?" Not many people still remember things that happened tens of thousands of years ago. "Looks like you're pretty good at history," Tai Ziyuan said with a smile. Chapter 106. Since the 37th constitutional era, the Federation had already undergone many political structural reforms. Although there were not many changes in essence, there would always be a distinction between the old and the new. The last major reform in the Federation had occurred over 600 years ago. People were also used to calling the recent Federation the new Federation. However, regardless of whether it was in the history textbooks of the new or old Federation schools, the description of the history of human civilization before the constitutional era was always rather vague. Perhaps it was because it was too long ago and there was no detailed historical information. Perhaps it was because the Federation's educators believed that the citizens, who were bathed in the glory of democracy and freedom, should look more toward the beautiful future and not reminisce about the imperial era that was actually not beautiful due to the aesthetic illusion created by the difference in time. It was precisely because of this reason that, other than those specialized historians, there were not many Federation citizens who still cared about the imperial society from tens of thousands of years ago. Although the history textbooks had taught these things, not many people could remember that the last imperial family had the surname Yun. Therefore, when Su Lu blurted out the origins of the Tai family, Tai Ziyuan could not help but be a little surprised. He smiled and praised his historical knowledge. Su Lu was immersed in shock and did not hear the other's praise. He only subconsciously recalled those years in the Donglin region, those days when Uncle Feng Yu had made him soak in the library and read books every day. The history of the imperial court was too long ago. However, the seven great families of the Federation were deeply engraved in the minds of all Federation citizens. Even though Su Lu had been far away in the remote Donglin region back then, he still knew that the Federation had seven extremely influential families. These families' industries were distributed in various areas of the Federation, secretly influencing the entire Federation's energy development, finance, welfare, and employment. No matter how the president of the Federation changed, or how the election of members of parliament was repeated, it would not affect the status of these seven great families in the Federation. Just like a certain proverb said, the Federation is the seven great families. Perhaps this sentence was a bit exaggerated, but no one could ignore the shadows of these seven families in the history of the Federation civilization. The most frightening thing was that no one knew how large the shadows of these 7 families were. In the early years of the constitutional era, every once in a while, the Federation government would have a president or a powerful management committee that was deeply trusted by the people. These political figures would always try to, with the support of the people and the media, completely separate the Federation from the influence of the 7 families. However, no matter what kind of laws and presidential orders those successful presidents and powerful management committees passed, it was still impossible to find out the true strength of the 7 families. The Citizens Property Declaration Act, the Corporations Property Transparency Act, the Anti-Monopoly Law Amendment Bill. Countless laws and regulations did not play their role in the face of the silence of these families. The Federation of that era was equivalent to a battlefield where the government and the 7 families fought desperately. 3 presidents were killed by assassinations, and the truth was still not found out. Under the strict control of the government, the 7 families also lost a lot of benefits. It was said that one family almost lost its inheritance and was destroyed, however, apart from the bloodshed. In the eyes of historians, the life and death struggles of those years were not necessarily without any benefits. The federal government's control of the 7 major families had, to a large extent, perfected the legal structure of the Federation, and the 7 major families' counteraction against the federal government had also prevented the emergence of an overly powerful government. As the era progressed, the 7 families were part of the Federation and could not fight like this forever. The huge industries hidden in the society of the 7 families could only be sustained in a relatively long-term and stable social structure. They could not openly choose to stand on the opposite side of the government and the people. And those politicians who needed votes also began to realize that if they could obtain the support of the 7 families, then their future political path would be very smooth. Both sides had needs, so under the subtle influence of benefits, the Federation began to develop in a different direction. The politicians began to secretly seek the help of the 7 families, and the 7 families began to choose their own political partners, using the families' own strength to help these partners obtain the votes of the citizens of the Federation. They could only be partners, and the politicians could not completely become the spokespersons of the 7 families. Because the politicians who lost the necessity of their independent existence would inevitably yield to the pressure of the 7 families, and the natural desire of the 7 families' huge wealth would turn these politicians into their tools for profit, which would inevitably violate the rights and interests of the majority of ordinary citizens in the short term. The social unrest that followed was a terrible result that anyone with foresight in the Federation, and even the 7 families themselves, did not want to see. This was an instinctive choice to live together, but to forcibly suppress these collusion within the bottom line that the Federation citizens could bear. And because of the tacit understanding between the Federation government and the 7 families that had never been seen on paper, the 7 families had always maintained a somewhat mysterious and lofty image in the hearts of the Federation citizens. The human heart had always had a natural desire for the strong, and the existence of the 7 families just so happened to satisfy this psychological need of the Federation citizens, just so happened to offset some of the citizens' dissatisfaction with certain unfairness in society. It had to be said that the media played a very important role in this. Whether or not the mysterious and lofty 7 families had done anything that specifically harmed ordinary citizens, no one knew, right? All of this only changed slightly with the appearance of the scholar George Carlin. The anti-government forces that had bitterly held on in the S2 mountains suddenly found a political program that was more suitable for the needs of the Federation citizens. They pointed the spearhead of their struggle at the relationship between the Federation government and the 7 families, and from George Carlin's teachings, they put forward the part that they needed the most. They demanded that the politicians of the Federation and the 7 families that were never willing to appear in front of the Federation citizens return the wealth that had been exploited from the hands of ordinary citizens for countless years. They demanded that the 7 families must pay the true price for the damage they had done to the democracy and freedom of the Federation throughout history. The anti-government forces gradually gave up on the use of force. The moderate faction, led by Senator Macklin, held the banner of George Carlin and successfully influenced the 4 mountainous regions of the S2 region and set off a huge wave in the hearts of the young Federation citizens. However, this was still not enough to threaten the status of the 7 great families in the Federation. These 7 families were even very happy to see the existence of Senator Macklin. This was because as long as any conflict entered the path of an election, it was a process that could be controlled, influenced, or at least negotiated. As for the thoughts that were prevalent among the young people, the 7 families weren't afraid of them. Young people were always hot-blooded. When they left school and entered society, they entered various companies and government departments. They naturally understood how difficult and unrewarding it was to vainly go against the historical traditions of the Federation. The 7 great families had existed coldly and tyrannically every day since the birth of the Federation. Furthermore, they had grown stronger with each passing day. If someone were to say that they had already controlled most of the lifelines of the Federation, it would not be considered an exaggeration. Moreover, it seemed that they would continue to exist until the day the Federation came to an end. This fact couldn't help but shock people. The reason why the 7 families were so mysterious was because the lives of the truly important people had never appeared in any news or documentary. They only existed in imagination and on the Federation's television channels, and only existed in Evergreen City's film reels. There was also no scholar or government organization that could truly investigate which family controlled which part of the Federation's industry. There was only one exception, and that was the Zhong family of the West Woods. Because the Zhong family's 4th military region had guarded the edge of the universe for generations for the Federation, it had long been exposed to the public due to an accident at the beginning of the first constitutional era. It couldn't hide its enormous figure. On the contrary, the names of the 7 families weren't much of a secret. Even Sulu could easily name the inherited surnames of 6 of the families. Among the 7 families, there was only one family that was truly low-key and mysterious, and that was the Tai family. Not many people knew that this Tai family was actually the descendant of the royal family that ruled the entire human society a long time ago. When Su Lu heard Tai Ziyuan admit that he was the successor of the Tai family, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. For a long time, he couldn't speak. This identity wasn't the son of a rich family or the son of a politician. Instead, it represented a kind of history, a kind of omnipresent influence. The successor of the 7 families, if placed in ancient times, would at least be considered a king. After being in shock for so long, Su Lu slowly came back to his senses. The first thing he thought of was a question. He stared blankly at the pale youth on the sofa and muttered, "Why did you tell me?" Why did Tai Ziyuan tell him his true identity? This was Su Li's first question after he recovered from the shock. If the other party was the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, then he was at most an inconspicuous osmanthus tree by the Rose River. The 2 of them were not people of the same world. Even if they had gotten along like ordinary friends a few days ago, once the other party's identity was revealed, it was like a gap between the 2 of them. And no matter what, it was impossible to fill the gap. "You're a very good friend." From the moment Tai Ziyuan revealed his identity, he had been calmly and attentively observing Su Li's expression. He was very satisfied that he didn't see any reaction in Su Li's eyes that he didn't like. He admired this friend of his even more for being able to recover from the shock so quickly and talk to him like a normal person. I used to have friends, but after they knew my identity, they didn't have the courage to get along with me like friends. They either left quietly or became people like Yuzi. I think if we continue to be friends, one day you will also face this dilemma. Tai Ziyuan smiled gently and said, if that's the case, I might as well tell you in advance. The reason why Su Lu recovered so quickly was because of his experience over the years. Chapter 107. You can't blame others for this sort of thing. After hearing Tai Ziyuan's sigh, Su Lu was rather disapproving. After a moment of silence, he decided to voice his own opinion. You are the heir of the 7 great families. Compared to us commoners, you are born from 2 different worlds. Perhaps you yourself have never noticed it, no matter how much you pretend to be gentle, as long as you are in front of others. For example, right now, you will always naturally reveal some sort of aura. Tai Ziyuan looked at him with interest and asked, what kind of aura? I can't say for sure. Su Lu laughed bitterly. In any case, it's not something I like very much. Perhaps it's a little too calm, as if everything in the world is within your grasp. Perhaps the people around you are already used to you being like this, but when I first met you, you were just an ordinary student with some money, so I'm not used to it. After hearing this, Tai Ziyuan could not help but laugh and say, I never thought that in your eyes I would actually be so unbearable. Su Lu explained, it's not unbearable, it's just not used to it. Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, what you say makes sense. I shouldn't ask for too much. This world has never been fair. Some people are born with more resources and power than others. Like me, I won't pretentiously say that this is a kind of distress, because other than me, everyone seems to want to have this kind of distress, but can't. He looked at Su Li's ordinary and amiable face and said calmly, let's talk about something else. Did you have fun in the combat room this morning? Changing the topic to talk about the black mecha walking around with its belly full, Su Li's mood finally relaxed a little, no longer treating the youth on the sofa as some sort of monster. He scratched his head and said sincerely, thank you for covering for me. To survive in this society, you need a lot of opportunities. Not everyone can encounter a chance to shine. You saw it this morning, but you ran away like you were scared of a ghost. Tai Ziyuan shook his head and disagreed. I don't know why you don't want to be famous. This is really not like a normal young man. Su Lu thought to himself, I have my troubles, just like you have your troubles. How do I explain this? Am I supposed to tell you that I am a fugitive from the Federation who is assisting traitors? In order to hide the complicated emotions in his heart, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Naturally, he changed the topic. I've already thanked you before, and now I want to thank you again. After all, it's your coming-of-age ceremony, and you've helped me so much. Oh, when it comes to matters between men and women, no matter how much I help you, that Miss Xiaoming will ignore you. It's useless. Tai Ziyuan looked at him with a faint smile and said, as for the coming-of-age ceremony, you have already taken me there dozens of hours ago. Today, these should be my return gift to you. As he spoke, Tai Ziyuan took out a red envelope from his pocket and bitterly smiled. See this? This is the red envelope given to me by the girl in Star Clubhouse. Su Lu saw the red envelope in his hand and forcibly suppressed his laughter. He felt that this matter was extremely ridiculous, but for some reason, he actually felt a little proud. The 2 heirs of the 7 major families of the Federation, one was raised by him for a few days, and the other was taken by him to lose her virginity. If this were to be made into a TV series, it would probably break Channel 23's ratings record. It had to be said that Tai Ziyuan was a person who was very good at controlling the rhythm of the conversation and the atmosphere. Under this red envelope, the sensitive attitude of the two young people gradually disappeared, and the two people's sitting posture also became much more relaxed. In addition to the clubhouse, I also want to thank you for the pancakes and porridge you brought me these past few nights. Thinking about it this way, as the heir of the Tai family, you seem to be a little too stingy. Su Lu was also in the mood to joke. Even more stingy than that A-list girl. At least she gave you a red envelope, but you only gave me 2 lights. As he said this, his gaze became suspicious because he saw Tai Ziyuan smile and hand him a piece of paper. When he took a look, Su Li's expression changed a little. He looked at Tai Ziyuan in surprise. Jian Shuena's concert tickets? Why haven't I heard of this before? Next week, Jian Shuer will release her first solo album. Tai Ziyuan retracted his hand and looked at him with a smile. With her influence in the Federation, she will hold a celebration concert in about a month, and in fact, she has already booked the time and location of the concert. I know you're infatuated with this girl. Is this gift of thanks comparable to those overnight pancakes you bought? Su Lu pretended not to hear the mischievous meaning in the other party's words and scratched his head in disbelief. Probably only the heir of one of the 7 major families could get a VIP ticket when Jian Shuer's concert was still in preparation. For Su Lu, Jian Shuer was not as simple as an idol. To him, the face of the purple-haired girl who appeared on Channel 23 every night represented the company he had all these years, the years he was no longer lonely, the memories he had in Donglin District, the demonstrations on Galu Street. Looking at the thin ticket in his hand, Su Lu was stunned for a moment, thinking that he would see Jian Shuer with his own eyes in a month's time. He did not react for a long time. I actually never wanted to see Jian Shuer. Su Lu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was not a groupie, and Jian Shuer was a very symbolic figure to him. He would rather keep a distance and watch from afar. But even so, he still carefully put the ticket into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. But thank you anyway. Su Lu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Tai Ziyuan on the sofa and said, "You didn't have to do this." Tai Ziyuan sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee and drinking it tastelessly. After Su Lu left, he suddenly felt that there was nothing for him to do. The Double Moon Festival Ball was meaningless to him. He knew very well what he should do, and what he should do. That young man named Su Lu could not be considered his true friend yet. He had always doubted whether he would ever have a true friend in this lifetime. If Su Li's appearance in his life was an accident, Tai Ziyuan did not reject this kind of accident. In fact, he was willing to let this kind of accident exist for a while longer. After meeting this interesting and poor student for the past few days, Tai Ziyuan was also very surprised that he could actually get along and talk to him like a normal person. But what would happen after his identity was exposed? Tai Ziyuan's eyes were very sharp. From the details of the past few days, he could confirm that Su Lu was a trustworthy and sincere person. It was just that his personality seemed to be a little too stubborn. Moreover, Tai Ziyuan increasingly found that Su Lu was actually a very capable person. It was just that this guy always intentionally or unintentionally hid some aspects of his abilities. Tai Ziyuan admired Su Li's character and ability. He even had the idea of including this young man in the family, watching him grow up, and recruiting him as a capable subordinate in the future. However, after today's conversation, he keenly noticed Su Li's natural resistance to certain possibilities. Although the two sides did not say it explicitly, it was already revealed in their words and expressions. When Su Lu left, he asked where you were. I told him that you had already left. Tai Ziyuan stopped thinking about those things and returned to his usual calmness. He looked at the middle-aged man who came out from behind the bookcase and said, "There's no one else here, so I think it's time for me to introduce myself." The middle-aged man, who had followed Su Lu to the second floor, seemed to have disappeared during the conversation. He walked in front of Tai Ziyuan and, without waiting for instructions from the host, casually sat down on the sofa opposite him. He looked at the young man and said with a smile, "A lot of people are looking for you, but I still beat them to it." Butler Jean handed a cup of coffee to the mysterious middle-aged man and then retreated behind Tai Ziyuan in silence. Tai Ziyuan gently used a silver spoon to stroke the black coffee in his cup and said, "Since I've already revealed my identity, I know that a lot of people are looking for me. But I also know that Su Lu only has 3 friends, and whether it's Zhang Xiaoming or Shi Qinghai's uncle, they shouldn't have appeared at the ball. Even if they did, they wouldn't have snuck up with Su Lu so easily. Of course, I don't have an uncle who's a secret agent. You should know that on the way upstairs, you could die at any time." Tai Ziyuan raised his head and looked calmly at the middle-aged man opposite him. "But you're not afraid at all, and you don't have a weapon on you, so I'm willing to give you, an adventurer, a chance to talk to me. But you have to tell me your name first. After all, I don't want my first negotiation partner to be a guy who's deliberately mystifying." Under that pair of pressurizing eyes, the middle-aged man didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. He took a sip of his coffee and said, "I'm very grateful that you didn't just kill me earlier. Instead, you gave me a chance to speak. I'm from the mountains." The middle-aged man put down his coffee cup and looked calmly at the teenager on the sofa. "I hope I didn't surprise you." Ing Ziyuan fell silent upon hearing this. Behind him, Butler Jean narrowed his eyes, and a cold aura gradually seeped out of him. The Federation's privileged class had always been at odds with the anti-government forces in the mountains. So, this guy was actually from the mountains? After a moment of thought, Tai Ziyuan's lips curled into a smile. He asked, "I think you should know that my mother has already rejected Senator Macklin's request for an audience. The leader of Nanshui shouldn't allow someone who can't promise anything to have this conversation. So, it seems that your position in the mountains isn't bad. Senator Macklin hasn't been in the mountains for many years." The middle-aged man very naturally explained Tai Ziyuan's question. "What's your ranking in the mountains?" Tai Ziyuan frowned slightly as he stared at the middle-aged man's abnormally wretched face. "I directly assist Senator Nanshui in his work," the middle-aged man said seriously, "so I have the qualifications to act on his behalf." No matter how calm Tai Ziyuan was after hearing this answer, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Behind him, Butler Jean was even more regretful. If he had known this person's true identity earlier, he definitely wouldn't have let the young master take such a risk to meet with this person. Chapter 108. To be able to meet the heir of the most mysterious and oldest family in the Federation, and to be able to meet such a young heir who is full of courage and judgment, this is my honor. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have the aura of the anti-government forces in the mountains. Instead, he was like a businessman who gently expressed his respect for the Tai family. "I didn't expect you anti-government forces to flatter like the politicians in the Federation," Tai Ziyuan said with slight sarcasm. "If it can make you feel better, I don't mind flattering you even louder." Tai Ziyuan looked at the second-in-command of the anti-government forces not far in front of him. He gradually compared the image with the image in the information, but he found that the 2 images didn't match. No matter if it's the Federation or your organization, it seems that you only have one code name, and that is him. He gradually calmed down and said, "But in a conversation, there is always a need for a name. Child Tai, You can call me a mountain man, the middle-aged man said. Tai Ziyuan calmly, but firmly shook his head. I don't like this kind of literary name. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Then you can call me Zhongsai. Okay, Mr. Zhongsai, I don't want to say things like how stupid you are. You should know better than me how many people in the Federation want you dead. Tai Ziyuan knew that he wasn't facing an ordinary person, but a very troublesome and powerful figure in the Federation. Moreover, this was the first time in his adult life that he truly represented the Tai family in a conversation with the major forces as the heir of the Tai family. Therefore, he was very cautious and said a few more words to buy time for himself to calm down. Please tell me your intention directly. He stared at the middle-aged man's ugly triangular eyes and asked directly. I come with the request of the 70,000 soldiers in the mountains, the hope of the 13 million citizens of the Federation in the mountains, and the trust of Comrade Nanshui. The middle-aged man's tone was very serious at this moment. I come with the intention of peace, and I hope to get a response from the Federation. Peace? This was such a familiar yet strange word. This was especially true for the conflict between the Federation government and the anti-government army. How many years had it been since the anti-government army fought in the 4 prefectures? Although the military had gradually faded in the past 2 decades, the upper echelons of the Federation knew that the foundation of the anti-government forces was still above their military strength. Both sides had been fighting back for countless years, and countless people had been sacrificed. Blood had dyed every inch of the mountain red. Peace. Tai Ziyuan's fingers that were stirring the coffee instantly stiffened. A strange expression gradually appeared on his pale face. He had never thought that the second in command of the anti-government army would go straight to the point and actually throw out such a heavyweight bomb. The peace negotiations between the Federation government and the anti-government forces had gone through countless rounds and produced countless peace agreements. However, in the end, due to the betrayal of one party or the outbreak of an unexpected incident, the paper agreement would be put to rest. Even though the moderate faction of the anti-government forces had long ascended onto the Federation's political stage and began to seek the support of the voters with a nonviolent image, in reality, in those areas outside of the media's reach, the armed conflict between the government and anti-government forces had always continued. If this was a normal peace negotiation, Tai Ziyuan definitely wouldn't be so shocked. However, since the person in front of him was the second in command of the anti-government forces, a core strength that was deeply trusted by Nanshui, the peace he spoke of was naturally not the peace on paper. It was a real peace that could be implemented. You should contact the President's office or the Ministry of Defense directly. Tai Ziyuan took a deep breath and suppressed the faint excitement in his heart. He calmly said, If you are truly willing to return the Federation to a period of peace without civil war, I will represent the Tai family to express a 120% welcome and immediately provide full support to the 4 prefectures. These words were said beautifully, but in reality, they were equivalent to not saying anything. The peace negotiations between the government and the anti-government forces should have been left to the politicians and professional soldiers to negotiate. Tai Ziyuan didn't have the urge to participate. He knew that, admittedly, this could bring him abundant political capital and a good reputation among the citizens. However, this was a matter that was destined to be complicated and extremely risky. If he wasn't careful, it could become a black hole that swallowed everything. Young Master Tai must be joking. If I could talk to the president of the Federation or those soldiers, I naturally wouldn't come to find you. The middle-aged man said calmly. The middle-aged man replied calmly, The federal government is used to going back on their word. If we really put down the guns in our hands and stop the roaring of the armored vehicles' engines, perhaps the next day Countless mechas and planes will begin to attack the mountainous area. Then you still shouldn't have come to find me. Tai Ziyuan said as calmly as he could. I am just a young man who is still studying. You can't expect me to do anything. But everyone in the major factions wants to get in touch with you at this time, because everyone knows that after the coming-of-age ceremony, Lady Tai will gradually return the family business to your hands, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Moreover, Lady Tai is not that easy to meet. I am not Senator Macklin. I am someone who is still on the Federation's war criminal list. If I dare to reveal my identity and ask to meet her in the Capital Special Region, I'm sure that after 3 minutes, countless soldiers will begin to hunt me down. That's right. It's always easier to meet a student like me, Tai Ziyuan said. But the problem is, although I just completed the coming-of-age ceremony, according to the family rules, I can't immediately decide all the family affairs. I believe that Lady Tai will gradually transfer the decision-making power to your hands, the middle-aged man said calmly. The mysterious Tai family has kept a low profile for countless years. Although they still haven't announced your coming-of-age ceremony this year, those who have gradually come to Yue University have proven that Lady Tai has no intention of continuing to hide your existence from the public. If my guess is correct, after you finish your studies at Yue University, you will enter the military. Perhaps you will even go to the front lines in the West Woods to accumulate military merits. After that, you will begin to enter the government and begin to work as a government official. About 10 years later, you will begin to enter the political world to prepare for that final goal. Final goal? Tai Ziyuan's eyes narrowed. He realized once again that this extremely mysterious man in the Federation's files was indeed not someone who could be easily controlled. At the very least, this man had an extremely powerful intelligence system and analytical ability. This ability in itself was enough to shock people. Other than the president, when the great Tai family steps out into the open for the first time, what kind of role play on the stage would you be interested in? The middle-aged man said with a smile. But that is a matter for many years to come. What we are talking about now is something that will happen soon. Speaking of what would happen soon, this middle-aged man's tone became much more serious and cautious. The federal military has been preparing for a military invasion of the mountainous region. This has made Comrade Nan Shui, and I feel an unprecedented pressure. The Federation's successive embargoes and sanctions have caused the resources in the mountainous region to be extremely scarce. Even if the citizens of the Federation who sympathize with you want to continue the secret donations from the past few years, due to the lack of channels, they are unable to send the donations to you. Furthermore, due to the existence of Senator Macklin, your base of support from the people in the 4 states surrounding the mountainous region has been greatly divided. Tai Ziyuan easily pointed out the predicament that the anti-government forces were in. The people who support you are becoming fewer and fewer. Is that why you have thought of the word peace? The times are stronger than the people. A trace of vicissitudes of life flashed across the middle-aged man's face. That is why I have come with sincerity to seek a response from your family. I still don't understand. Tai Ziyuan didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy just because the other party had exposed his family's future plans for his political future. He said coldly, even if I am already able to make decisions within the family, but what does this have to do with the peace negotiations between you anti-government forces and the government? I have never denied the family's influence on the Federation's politics, but I have never been arrogant enough to think that I can change the attitude of the entire Federation government. But you can try to change the attitude of the Federation president. The middle-aged man looked at Tai Ziyuan and said with a smile, next year is the presidential election. I know that Senator Pabre has already met with the madam. Tai Ziyuan raised his coffee cup, but he didn't drink it. He was deep in thought for a long time. This head of intelligence of the anti-government forces had once again proven to him the valiant power of the intelligence network under his command. The middle-aged man didn't shut up because of Tai Ziyuan's silence. He continued his analysis calmly. So, there are a few reasons why I have to take the risk to come here and talk to you. First, compared to the current Federation president and government, we, the anti-government forces, trust Senator Pabre's moral standards more. Secondly, although Councilman Power had a good reputation among the middle and lower class citizens of the Federation for the Capital Ring, and especially for S1, which had the most voters, this lawyer who was born in the family of Donglin miners was still a somewhat unfamiliar face. He needs an explosive news event to help him gain the approval of the majority of S1 voters in the shortest amount of time. Third, Senator Pabre has no military experience. He has never shown the courage and determination to deal with unexpected situations. His ability in the field of national security has always been widely doubted. During the election, this will undoubtedly become a weakness for his election opponents to attack. So, we hope that the Tai family can help us so that we can directly negotiate a grand reconciliation agreement with Senator Pabre. The middle-aged man continued slowly. We trust the Tai family's demeanor and Senator Pabre's political ethics. Once the agreement is reached, Senator Pabre will also gain wonderful political capital from it, thus ensuring his success in next year's presidential election. It had to be said that this intelligence leader of the anti-government forces was also an excellent lobbyist. At this moment, Tai Ziyuan admitted that he was a little tempted, but at the same time, he became more vigilant. This guy from the anti-government forces was actually more experienced than those professional brokers outside of the Capital City Management Committee. This kind of person really couldn't be taken lightly. What kind of conditions do you want? Tai Ziyuan asked calmly. Before Pabre becomes president, we will begin negotiations. During the negotiations, can the federal military gather troops take a break first? At the same time, the Federation government's economic blockade. Can we privately open a gap? The middle-aged man smiled and said, after Senator Pabre becomes president, naturally, everything can be discussed. Chapter 109. A book friend mentioned a bug regarding the AI chip and the Bureau of Proclamation. Why would the anti-government army not be caught? Actually, a long time ago, in the chapter when Zhang Xiaoming first appeared, I mentioned this and repeated it many times. The first charter requires one to remain neutral in the internal struggles of the Federation. This is a law. In my setting, it is similar to the status of the anti-government army in current international law. You have to know that the first charter existed long before the Constitution, long before the Federation. There are definitely bugs in the story, but I will try to minimize them. If they are too obvious, I will try to avoid them. P.S. This chapter is 4,000 words long. Today, I will write 3 chapters with 4,000 words. That way, it will be 12,000 words. This will make up for the 2 chapters that I owe everyone. Let me report this to my comrades. Hee, thinking that I will soon be debt-free. How nice. I am very serious about asking everyone for monthly votes as encouragement. The long silence proved that this request made by the anti-government army was an extremely attractive exchange condition for the Tai family, for Tai Ziyuan, and for Representative Pabre, whom he and his mother had already decided to support. Tai Ziyuan knew very well that if it weren't for the complicated political environment of the 4 mountainous states, as well as the increasing military pressure of the hawkish figures in the Federation, the anti-government army led by the leader of Nanshui, definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for peace. However, he had to admit that even so, the anti-government army still had enough bargaining chips to exchange for the corresponding conditions. During the early stages of the election, Representative Pabre cannot influence the internal decisions of the Federation government. Tai Ziyuan broke the silence and reminded the other party. Pabre can't, but public opinion can. The Tai family's secret influence can. The middle-aged man said calmly, "If the citizens of the Federation knew that the presidential candidate Representative Pabre is taking a huge political risk to negotiate peace with us, the ruthless anti-government army. And at this time, the Federation government went against the flow and forcefully launched a military attack against us. They will definitely issue the strongest rebuke to the Federation government. I admit that what you said makes sense. This kind of exchange of benefits is indeed very attractive." After a moment of silence, Tai Ziyuan said, "But I can't answer your request immediately. Please give me some time. I can't stay in the Federation's core area for too long. You should know that." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Although the Bureau of Proclamation won't care about me, I still respect the hounds of the Federation and the spiders of the Federation Bureau of Investigation. If I stay in the Federation for too long, I might be underestimating them." Tai Ziyuan pushed the coffee cup aside and said with a smile, "Since you've already taken the risk to come here, why can't you take the risk and wait for a few more hours?" The reason I dared to take the risk and come here today is because I know that no one in the Federation government would guess that I dared to take such a risk. The middle-aged man said calmly, "If you stay too long, it's not a risk, it's a fool." "Then how should I contact you? With your ability, it should be easy for you to find out how I came in. When the time comes, I'll ask you to pass on the final decision to that young man." The corners of Tai Ziyuan's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "This way, I still have to guarantee that young man's safety within the Federation's borders. Mr. Buetsai, your considerations have never left anything out. No, I don't even know how much time I have left to run for my life after going down from the second floor," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Tai Ziyuan quietly stared into his eyes, as if he wanted to discern what the other party had guessed from his words, or if it was just a habitual joke. A moment later, he looked at the other party and said, "Seriously, your considerations are not bad. The exchange of benefits is indeed what I value, but what I value even more is the Federation's future. If I have the chance to capture you and kill you, I don't mind informing the federal military. Right now, I haven't informed them because I respect the role of a negotiator." Tai Ziyuan said calmly, "Once you leave the scene of the ball, perhaps I really will have the Federation government do everything in their power to capture you. There has always been a saying that if the anti-government army didn't have you, they would have long become a dish in the hands of the government. This kind of temptation is actually no less than reaching a peace agreement." Hearing these words, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. After fighting with the Federation government for so many years, he knew better than anyone how much these privileged people in the Federation wanted to destroy the business in the mountains. These people who truly controlled the Federation were cold and heartless. However, he was sure that the other party wouldn't make a move at this moment at least, because this wasn't in line with the true interests of the other party's family. This time, he was taking a huge risk. He didn't even hesitate to expose his most successful spy within the Federation to meet with the successor of the Tai family. On one hand, it was because the anti-government army situation was indeed very dangerous. On the other hand, there was an even more important personal reason. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person the new leader of the Federation's future was like. this kind of first-hand information was far more important than any kind of intelligence. Seeing Tai Ziyuan, the middle-aged man wasn't disappointed, but he was somewhat disappointed. He wasn't disappointed because he was sure that this successor of the Tai family wasn't a stupid person. However, this was also the reason why he was disappointed. Moreover, he could see that this person didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy or moral support for the anti-government army. Everything that was presented in the conversation was a naked judgment of benefits. As if he could guess what this second-in-command of the anti-government army was thinking, Tai Ziyuan slowly said, "Today, when the Empire is preparing to launch an invasion at any time, the anti-government army is still dividing the hearts of the people of the Federation for those illusory reasons, wasting the Federation's resources, and restricting the military strength of the Federation. In my eyes, you should all be considered traitors. The Bureau of Proclamation shouldn't give you legal status." The middle-aged man thought for a moment, and then said seriously, "You and the family behind you are vested interests in the political structure of the Federation. Your opinion might not necessarily be correct. If the Empire really invades, I believe that in terms of resisting the enemy, the soldiers in the mountains will be more respectable than the people of the 4 major military regions of the Federation." "There's no need to judge things that haven't happened yet," Tai Ziyuan said. "No words can change the image of the anti-government army in my heart. We have never cared about how the important figures of the Federation view our cause. Perhaps in the distant future, we are destined to be a pair of natural enemies that can't coexist. But at least for now, we can work together," the middle-aged man said. "The coexistence of a cat and a mouse might be a very interesting thing. I really want to know who is the cat and who is the mouse. The will of the people cannot be resisted. The 7 major families are deformed existences. No matter how strong they are, there will be a day when they will become a street rat that everyone wants to beat down in front of the tide of history," the middle-aged man said calmly. "This is Mr. George Carlin's opinion, and it is to encourage you. I will never deny this," Tai Ziyuan said. "But I always think that you are the big rats of human society. We can still work together if our paths are different, but if we don't agree, there is no need for a deeper conversation." The middle-aged man stood up with a smile and said, "If there is any good news, please inform that young man. If there is no good news, I will pour a cup of wine for your friend's friend in the mountains as a memorial." Tai Ziyuan stood up with a smile, ignoring the psychological attack of the other party. He said, "One last question. Where does your confidence come from? Why didn't the Federation catch you after confirming that you left the ball, just like when you followed Su Lu upstairs to make sure that there was no danger? Information is the source of all power." The middle-aged man bowed elegantly, which didn't match his vulgar temperament. "And my ability is a secret." Lai Ziyuan was silent for a long time before he said, "After this short cooperation, I will aim to destroy your armed forces for a longer period of time. But I have to say, in the entire universe, I only admire 5 people, and you are one of them. Today, I am able to negotiate with you for the first time since my coming-of-age ceremony. I have benefited greatly. I am very curious about which 5 people. I wonder if young Master C can satisfy this little vanity of mine." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, showing just the right amount of curiosity. "Other than you, there is that ignorant man by the lake, George Carlin, whose fate is unknown. My distant relative from 8 generations ago, the current director of the Bureau of Proclamation, and the Empire's princess who is said to have reached Mecha level 6 at the age of 12. Tai Ziyuan said seriously, "In my life, I will work hard for the 5 of you. Oh, human strength is sometimes exhausted. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. For example, in the field of information, I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who is better than me. Of course, this is still my secret. Then there is that old man in Philadelphia. I don't think there is anyone in this world who is stronger than him in terms of individual combat power. Young Master C, don't push yourself too hard. Hard work doesn't necessarily mean that you will achieve it. Tai Ziyuan smiled and said, Actually, I only hope that in the future, all the outstanding people in the Federation will become my subordinates. The middle-aged man sighed in admiration. Although the son of an aristocratic family is disgusting, this kind of self-confidence is indeed terrifying. The second in command of the anti-government forces appeared in the core area of the Federation just like that, and then quietly left, not even leaving behind a shadow. He only left a clue for the Tai family to follow. However, if the Tai family was willing to accept the conditions of the anti-government forces, that clue would be a secret that the Tai family had to keep. Tai Ziyuan raised his wrist to look at the time. After silently counting a few times in his mind, he said to Butler Jean, beside him, Prepare a secret line. I want to talk to my mother. Butler Jean nodded in agreement. They had already given that person enough time to leave. If he really fell into the hands of the federal military, it would only mean that there would come a day when the legend would lose its luster. He used the identity of Uncle Shi Qinghai. After Butler Jean gave the order to his subordinates, he said softly, Shi Qinghai graduated from University 1 and is a very important young official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. Who would have thought that he was actually a spy for the anti-government forces? I'm more curious about why the most successful intelligence chief of the 37th constitutional era deliberately left Shi Qinghai for us. Tai Ziyuan closed his eyes and said, Using the life of a spy as a safety valve to test the sincerity of the family doesn't seem to be in line with that person's usual style of doing things. Keep an eye on Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. Tai Ziyuan's face was expressionless. Ensure that the former is not harassed. Prepare to contact the latter or arrest him. After leaving the ball, Su Lu didn't know that Uncle Shi and Tai Ziyuan had a very far-reaching conversation. At this time, he was walking among the snowy trees of the university campus in low spirits. He didn't have the self-awareness of a person involved in history at all. He was just a small figure, but this small figure had indirectly caused a small ripple in the Great Era. Of course, in the current difficult situation, the anti-government forces were willing to temporarily give up the political ideology that they had always believed in. That person even took a huge risk to come to the Federation to negotiate with them personally. Presumably, even if Su Lu didn't exist in this world, they would still do everything they could to find Tai Ziyuan. But the problem was if Su Lu didn't exist, then at this ball, it was very likely that Senator Macklin's people or some other forces had beaten them to it. They had persuaded the Tai family and the Tai family's chosen partner, Senator Pabre. A thin layer of snow still accumulated on the grass by the Rose River. It glowed faintly under the moonlight. In his suit, Su Lu felt a sliver of cold. He blew on his hands, but wasn't worried that he would catch a cold. Ever since he had started practicing that strange set of movements with the uncle, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to get sick. His gaze shifted from the two moons above his head to the east, and he saw that familiar female apartment building. The plum garden was still there, but Su Li's heart was unusually calm. He knew that Zhang Xiaoming had a secret, but if the other didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't want to investigate further. The inside of his GU suit was filled with cold sweat. After finding out about Tai Ziyuan's shocking identity, Su Li's emotions were very complicated. That conversation from before had made him very nervous. He stubbornly maintained his calm in front of the other just to preserve his little bit of self-esteem. even if the self-esteem of a small figure was somewhat pitiful in front of a person with special privileges in the Federation. For the time being, he didn't dare to go to Area H1. Although everyone thought that the person inside the black mecha was Tai Ziyuan, Su Lu still didn't dare to take the risk. At this time, it was already late at night. He suddenly found that he had nowhere to go, but he didn't want to go back to his room in the Pear Garden. Only now did he understand that after escaping from the Eastwoods district to the Capital Ring for a year, he was still just a lonely and pitiful fellow. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw that on a remote embankment by the Cold Rose River, there was a smear of red that burned like fire in the night. It was flashing incessantly in the cold wind. It was Zoyu in her red suit. There was an orphan girl by the night river. Although Su loathed the character of the Zhou siblings, he still couldn't help but worry when he saw this scene. He walked quietly in the direction of the embankment, afraid that he would startle the other and cause the other to do something crazy. However, before he could get close to the embankment, he saw a very familiar figure dashing out from the frosty grass outside the embankment and pouncing directly on the red suit. In the distance, the sounds of Zoyu struggling, cursing in a low, angry voice, and crying could be heard. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.